Hello, I'm Dynast Amir.
So I reached out to another friend of mine. I said, look, I need to go on vacation somewhere. Where should I go? He said, go to Africa. And not only am I gonna go, I'm going to explore a new country. So I went to Tanzania, South Africa, Namibia, Mali, Senegal, Morocco, Liberia, Namibia, Kenya, the Voodoo Festival in Ouida, Gambia, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria. It's been a beautiful experience, just learning more about our culture, our indigenous culture. So Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. I'm in search of my roots. In finding that, I would experience my Uhuru, which is freedom.
Till next time, Dynast Amir, I'm out. Peace, family. I hope all is well. I hope your Wednesday. Let me show my chains. Hold on. Let me show my gold chains. There we go. Let me show my gold chains. There we go. My gold chains. Let me show my gold chains. I don't know why. I don't know why my gold chains was tough. Let's let the gold chains out. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Again, like, share, subscribe. As you come into the chat room, you got to hit the like button. Okay, take your finger. I don't care which one. I don't care which finger it is. Take your finger and hit that like button. Make sure you share. Make sure you subscribe. We got a couple of announcements before we jump into today's topic. Again, we got a couple of announcements before we jump into today's topic. First of all, before we even jump into today's topic, I want to thank everyone who has supported me over the years. I got to do this at least once a week or once a month. Just remind y'all how much I love you guys, how much I appreciate the support. Everyone who's came on the tours, bought the documentaries, supported super chat, which y'all been kind of short lately. I ain't been super chat like I usually do, but whatever. Everyone who supported, I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. Y'all, we're gonna jump into today's topic. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, brother. We appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you too. And shout out to my Georgia Bulldogs, back to back national champions. Again, back to back national champions. I appreciate the Bulldog Nation. I love the Bulldog Nation. Shout out to the Georgia Bulldogs, my alma mater. See, I'm not just a fan. I went to school there and I play sports there. So shout out to the Georgia Bulldogs, my alma mater. We appreciate you guys. We appreciate the team, all the hard work you put in to win that national championship and go back to back with them rings, y'all, with them rings. One day what I'm going to do, I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to grab my Sugar Bowl ring for when we won the Sugar Bowl back in 2002. And then I think the one from 2005 or 4, I think that's at my mom's house in Sacramento somewhere, I think. Oh, man, Dynast, don't tell me you lost one of your Sugar Bowl rings. I know one is upstairs. The one from 2002 is definitely upstairs. I'm not sure. I think the other one is at my mom's house. I think my mom got the other one. I think my mom got the other one. So today I'm calling in. I'm tired of this BS. Okay. Okay. You're more than welcome to call in. Give me about 30 minutes, about 30, 45 minutes, and then we'll open up the lines. You guys are more than welcome to call in. Let's jump into the announcements. Listen, if you have not bought the documentary, again, if you have not bought the documentary, In Search of Uhuru, please go to searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. I would greatly appreciate it. Please go to searchforuhuru.com and buy. See, we always got some haters in the chat. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody knows UGA didn't deserve Natty this year. Man, we always got some haters in the chat. But guess what? We're going to win it again next year. We're going to win it again next year. We got to be the first team to win back to back to back. We got a three-peat. Didn't the Chicago Bulls do it in the NBA? Well, listen, we about to do it in college football. You hater. Golly, man. We just got these haters. Who sent you? Who sent? I want to know who sent you. Man, we just got these haters in here talking about, so, we didn't deserve it. Well, we won it. But Win messed up our kicker. Hold on. Y'all, let's get into these announcements. Then we're going to listen. Then we're going to play the infamous kick. We're going to play that kick, okay? The Win messed up my kicker. Okay. Guys, make sure you go to searchforuhuru.com. Go to searchforuhuru.com. This is the best Africa-based, best documentary dealing with Africa that's came out in the last 10 years. So go and support the documentary. Go to searchforuhuru.com. This is going to inspire you and get you ready and hype you up and get you pumped about traveling to the continent of Africa. Again, go to searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. Tours. Listen. Come enroll to Africa with us. Come enroll to Africa with us. Make sure you go to Danfo, DANFO.Africa. Again, please visit Danfo, DANFO.Africa. All right. We are rolling to Sierra Leone in April. We're rolling to Senegal in May. With Senegal, don't tell anybody, Senegal is my favorite country overall in Africa. We're rolling to Senegal in May. We are rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. We are rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Then we're rolling to Zanzibar in November. We're rolling to Zanzibar in November. So those are the destinations for this year. Sierra Leone in April, Senegal in May, Nigeria in August, and Zanzibar in November. So y'all come and join us. We're going to have a great time. Hit me up. Make sure you go to Danfo.Africa and send me a message. But listen, we're about to play this kick, all right, that you're referring to. We are going to play this kick. And guys, I want you to tell me if should we blame the win for this kick. Here we go. Ohio State missed kick. Y'all tell me if this is the win's fault. Y'all tell me.
Don't rent
tell
a
me
car.
if this is the win's fault.
Rent
Hold
the
on.
car.
All right, here we go. I want y'all to tell me if this is the win. Here we go. Listen, why am I even going back and forth with you? The game was at the Mercedes-Benz. It was inside. The game, I'm tripping. The game was inside. Why am I even going back and forth with you? The game was inside of a dome. I forgot. It was right here in Atlanta. We played y'all right here in Atlanta in a dome. I forgot. The game was inside. Yeah, your kicker just dropped. Oh, the air pressure of the dome. Okay, the air pressure. It was the air pressure. Oh yeah, I forgot. Rob is from Ohio too. So yeah, Rob, y'all gotta take the L. Y'all gotta take the L. Y'all just gotta take the L. Oh, the air conditioning was too high. It was the AC. So the AC blew the kick. Hold on. The AC blew the kick. Hold on.
Not quite enough. The Dogs defense made it a long-range field goal, and Stetson Bennett will have engineered what is the game-winning drive of the.
Come on. The win. Okay, we're gonna blame it on the win. We're gonna blame it on the AC. Okay, we're gonna blame it on the AC. Hold on one second, guys. Let me pull this up real quick. Today's topic. So the president of the NAACP was recently interviewed and was asked about dual citizenship for Black Americans for the on the African continent. And we're gonna respond and we'll listen to his video. Let me just pull it up real quick, guys. Give me a second. Here we go. I gotta send it to myself. Here we go. Copy. Sorry about that. It was the AC. Okay. It was the AC, y'all. The air conditioning in the Mercedes-Benz Dome is the reason why he missed the kick like that. It was the AC in the dome. But listen, we're the national champions. I need to order my gear today. I need to order my national championship gear today. My hats. I need to order all of that. But you know what sucks, Alan? So, I play ball at the University of Georgia. And nothing against kickers. Nothing against kickers. All they do, like literally all they do during practice, what were they doing during practice? They were playing like ultimate frisbee and shit. Or they would just goof around during practice. So before practice, we had like pre-practice. And so, we did our special team stuff like punt return, field goal, and all that, kickoff. And so they would do that. Then for the remainder of practice, like literally all they would do was just run around, play like ultimate frisbee. I mean, what other game they were playing? Like just throw the football around. So now I don't know if they do it at Ohio State. I don't know if this is how kickers are to this day as far as during practice. So imagine that your game is on the line by somebody while you're practicing is playing ultimate frisbee or just playing around. That's who they put in the hands of these games. That is who determines your fate. Here we go. I play college football. They had a tee and a net, practice a bit, and did what they wanted. They're not football players. They're specialists. That's why we are so hard on them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just that is who controls the fate of your game. So I can only imagine. Like all you do is kick. And he wasn't even, the kick wasn't even close. Again, the kick wasn't even close.
I'm so happy to be in.
Hold on one second, guys. Let me, the kick
Africa XY's
wasn't even close. That's why people give kickers such a hard time. It's like all you do is kick.
I'm so happy.
All right, guys, let's jump into this video.
To be in this moment, to be sitting next to the president and CEO of the NAACP. 5 years into the job, he's made such a huge impact in the African diaspora and also on the continent here. First trip in Ghana, 2019, with 300 delegation from the NAACP, including Danny Glover, which I was so excited to meet. You know, I see him on TV, great actor, and
Guys, what are your thoughts? Oh, call in. So listen, guys, we're gonna watch this, and then we're gonna take a commercial break, and I'm gonna open up the lines. Guys, what are your thoughts? So first question is, what are your thoughts on the NAACP? All right, what are your thoughts on the NAACP? So when we call in, when I open up the lines, you guys call in. We could talk about that too.
ended up being his chaperone, Derek.
Yeah, I remember.
Remember?
I do remember.
Thank you so much for being on the show.
No, congratulations to you. I've watched the growth of your platform, and Gooba. It's been amazing to watch as well. What a wonderful journey.
Thank you. Many Africans on the continent may not really know what NAACP stands for, where it came from, the legends behind the brand. When you talk about W.D. Du Bois, when you talk about Martin Luther King, all of them are part of the NAACP's journey. What does NAACP?
Hey guys, I'm sorry. Make sure you subscribe to this sister channel as well. Again, make sure you subscribe to this sister channel as well at Denta Show. The Denta Show. Guys, make sure you subscribe. I think her when this segment first came on, this video, her handles was on there. So guys, make sure you subscribe to her Denta Show. Make sure you go to her page and subscribe. Oh, at the Odana Network. Odana, O-D-A-N-A Network. O-D-A-N-A Network. Well, the logo's in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. So her watermark's right here. So guys, make sure you go subscribe. All right, let's get back into it. And let me know if there's an echo, because I'm not going to mute. Well, let me go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, because sometimes there's an echo.
CP stand for, and what is the vision?
NAACP was created to fight for equal protection under law in the United States. Our vision now is to create equity, not only for Africans and Americans, but for the African diaspora, understanding that if we are united as a people, then we have a better opportunity for a future. In this global economy, people are easily exploited for cheap labor. Land is easily exploited for their minerals. And the potential of the African diaspora is to stand united to ensure we're not exploited, so that we can be treated with a level of human dignity that can create a future that is so much more prosperous than the past that we think about.
As Black people in the diaspora, especially America, sometimes we read the news and we're like, how was this person just shot just like that? How was this person just killed just like that? Like, as if they are not human. How does that impact the work that you do? Because inevitably you are trying to stop that, right? But it's still happening.
America has a problem with gun violence, that there's a love affair with weapons. If you think about Australia, they had a mass shooting. What did they do? They changed the laws. They had a gun buyback. They have not had another mass shooting. That when there was a mass shooting in Scotland, that England changed their laws. We have not seen another mass shooting. We don't see this type of violence in Canada and Germany, but because of the gun industry in America, there's this false notion of.
I disagree. It's not the guns, it's the people who get access to the guns. As we all know, gun laws in LA and California, well, in LA specifically, and in New York are very strict. But for some reason, you know, they cannot put the guns down. So it's not the guns, it's the people who have access to them.
Protecting one's right to be armed. Well, there is no right to be armed. There was a right for militia in the early founding of the country, or individuals say, well, I need a gun because I'm a hunter. Well, I'm a hunter, but you don't need an AK-47 to hunt a prey because you can't eat the meat. We have a problem in our nation, and it's not a Black problem. it is a national problem. When you overlay that with systemic racism, particularly with African Americans, you see a disproportionate number of individuals being killed as a result of gun violence at the hand of police. And
I disagree. The numbers don't prove that. And we're killing each other more than police are killing us. So that's not true.
that is a part of our fight. We were founded 113 years ago, 1909. In fact, out of that founding, it was to advocate for federal laws to stop lynching. Ironically, in 1912, we assisted the members of the ANC to organize that organization.
Wow.
Because our fight, like it was in South Africa, it was around equal protection under the law. So every individual can be seen and treated with human dignity, and there had to be rights that others are bound to uphold. That is the work of the NAACP.
Obviously, George Floyd was one of the biggest moments during COVID that made everybody stop, right, as Black people. How have you been able to get the attention of the right people to change how things are in America?
But the right people, in context of what we witnessed with George Floyd, it is an epidemic.
Nothing was changed. You have Black Lives Matters who exploited the death of George Floyd to get $90 million and not circulate that back into our community. So nothing changed. Oh man, this is yeah, okay.
In the United States, that we don't have federal laws that apply to every jurisdiction, law enforcement jurisdiction, that's consistent, that there's a floor of accountability, that one's badge is not a shield from accountability. Yeah. And so what we've been able to do, and we're still working on, is create a federal standard. So law enforcement agencies across the country will have to adhere to. Now, the right people in the United States right now is in Congress. We were able to pass the bill in the House. Thank goodness for California Representative Karen Bass, who's not running for mayor. Yes. She was masterful in navigating the legislation through the House. But in the Senate, it's a 50-50 split. And in order to move legislation without a filibuster to block stuff, you need 60 votes. But we have a Senate now in the United States where you can't get 10 Republicans.
Dialpad's AI sales has completely transformed how we sell. AI is built right in with life.
To vote to investigate an insurrection on our country. So you can only imagine how hard it is to get 10 Republicans to vote for police reform, although we almost got there. So what we ended up doing is working with the White House and the Biden administration to pass an executive order. It doesn't go far enough, but it's a start. And this election cycle is where we're going to continue to push to get the right people, and that's the American voters, to elect the right people in office to do what's necessary.
Fantastic. Now, I want to talk about Ghana. Your first trip, 2018. Yes. How did that come about, and why are you here again?
You see, this is the issue I have with the whole police reform argument. Like, I'm not a criminal. All of my friends, the vast majority of my friends and family, vast majority, we're not criminals. We don't commit crimes. So how does police reform affect us? How do we benefit from police reform? That's why I don't understand when it comes to Black issues, the focus is so much on police reform. We need more police.
So the NAACP, as America's largest social justice organization in the civil rights space for Black people, we're the oldest. We have a large operation. And part of our operation is serving as a non-governmental organization to the United Nations. And so in 2018, after I took the position in 2017, I decided to reactivate our charter and hold a reception for African and Caribbean ambassadors. And in that, the Minister of Tourism was in place from Ghana and says, we want to partner with you. We are planning a year of return. We need your help. Let's discuss. I hadn't heard of their year return. I said, absolutely. And so she and I began to talk. She invited us over. because we had other ideals for the continent. What I wanted to do is establish an image towards Africa, so we can celebrate the excellence on the continent, because the African diaspora need to see a two-way opportunity. What's going on in the Americas, both Caribbean, South America, Brazil, and the United States, but what's also going on the continent and what's going on in London, so we can all celebrate our global excellence.
I'll support that. I'll support that. I can get behind that. Absolutely. You know, we might not agree on a police reform and other issues that the NAACP backs, but I can support this.
And so that's what I am interested in doing. Right. But in those conversations, we end up organizing just under 300 individuals to come for the year of return, which was a great opportunity for many of my members and supporters to see what's possible here in Ghana and to see what's possible on a continent.
When you spoke to the members about coming to Ghana, were they like reluctant?
Several things here. We all must get past the propaganda that individuals outside of our community try to push against one another, the negative narrative of violence in this organization or famine or disease, all fallacies. We have an opportunity to reach across and say, you know what? We have more in common, we have more mutual interests, and we build more opportunity if we get to know each other. So when I announced it, we thought maybe 100, 150 people. It ballooned to over. You know, it's like, whoa, what is this? And many people, once they realized that the deadline had closed, like, I still want to come. So we did have some stragglers who booked their own trip and showed up. Like, where y'all come from, right? It was a beautiful opportunity. And that's why we're back here again.
So yeah, let's talk about this trip. So this is Reverend Amos Brown's fellowship. So how did this occur?
He and I were leaving. He is like, it was such a rich experience. He was so excited. He said, but we got to bring young people. We got to bring young minds, intellectuals, so they can experience this, because they got to carry their legacy forward. And so we created a fellowship program. I think about 43 young people, college age and just out of college, 1 or 2 people who just graduated from high school, going to college. We brought them on this learning journey, about 90 people total. It has been an amazing experience because they can get a true sense of what Ghana is like, get a true sense of what it means to be a part of the African diaspora family, get a real picture of Africa, but also be able, we step away, they can still communicate. WhatsApp, like you and I communicate on, Facebook or IG, whatever, Snapchat, to think about what's possible moving forward. How do we build this? We were glad to also participate with some of the students at the university here who spent 2 days with us. And that group began to really talk. Think about technology, but that's how you build a global community across the diaspora. And that within itself accomplished Dr. Brown's vision. Let's get these young people involved. And if everything moves forward, we'll be back next year with another group of young people.
How are they feeling? Like the first time on the continent, and this is sponsored, right? And I think hundreds of people applied for it.
Yes.
And I don't even know how you managed to do the shortlisting, because that must have been difficult.
It was a screening process, right? Our staff put up a screening process. We got some of our members and we vetted, and we had several people who have never been on a plane before. Majority of the students had never been to Africa before. But all of them were so excited. When they got here, they were in amazement. And it's been a journey. It's been heart-wrenching when you go to Cape Coast and you go to the slave dungeon. It's been inspirational when they meet their peers at the university here. But it's also been forward-thinking. Because we sat down with them last night, and some of the things they shared from the experience was lovely.
Since the last time you came to Ghana and coming back this time, have you seen any development?
But I think the openness of Ghanaians now about the concept of the beyond the return, because I don't think anybody recognized what the potential was going to be, the original 2019, right? I can only imagine the economic impact on the country was huge.
Absolutely.
The number of people who came, and we came in August, but December was nuts, right? You know, Bowles had a huge
Africa XYZ, world's largest Pan-African investment bank by 2020.
Delegation, Boris Kojo, beautiful. I think Ghana is prime similar to where Jamaica was in 1978.
Right.
You know, when they put that marketing campaign, "Come back to Jamaica,
Yeah.
your home."
I don't understand why other African countries. I know Sierra Leone, you know, we're trying, but like countries like Nigeria, other African countries, I don't understand why they aren't marketing towards the diaspora and going after the diaspora as far as having a year of return. I don't get why. I don't understand why other African countries aren't doing it. I don't get it.
I'm like, well, Jamaica is a home, but Africa is our home.
Yeah.
Ghana is our home. So there has been some evolution there. I'm hoping that the investment for tourism is deep in this country, that the partnership with African Americans evolve. You think about the spending powers of African Americans.
Yeah.
Our GDP is larger than the country of Canada.
Wow. Wow.
Think
That's
about
huge.
that.
That's
$1.6 trillion.
wow.
Guys, I think the spending power argument is overrated and really not applicable, or is like a non-factor. And the reason why I say that is because the $1.6 trillion, we don't even circulate that within our own communities here in America. So I don't understand why we always want to bring up the $1.6 trillion spending power when we don't even spend that in our own communities in America. What did Clyde Anderson say? Like, it circulates maybe one time in our own communities once we get paid, if even that. So I think the potential is there, but are you really going to get the average Black African American to take his money, take his check, and go buy something or spend it or circulate it throughout Africa? I think if Africa can get, as a continent as a whole, can tap in and get we'll just say $1 billion, hey, worth of that's $1 billion of that spending power that Black Americans have, and get them to spend that on the continent, that would be a win. But this whole $1.6 trillion, it's just, I don't want to be negative, but I don't think that's going to happen.
If the government here embraced tourism for African Americans, 65% of all your tourism come from the United States. Invest in some of the infrastructure, you can triple what we've seen in the year of return. I heard the Minister of Tourism, or was it Akwasi, I think, talked the other day.
I agree. He's right. I agree. But my question is, why aren't African countries doing that? I mean, literally, you talk about investing, just put out there, hey, Black Americans, the diaspora, come to Sierra Leone, come to Nigeria, come to Senegal, year of return. I don't understand why they're not doing that. I don't get it.
They say 2015, it was X number of people, and it almost doubled.
Yeah.
You can triple that, right? So I have seen people evolve in their understanding of the importance of the return.
Yeah.
It is so important, unlike Jamaica, that Ghanaians own it, not allow corporations to own it, like in Jamaica. You own it, the people prosper, the economy grow, and we all celebrate.
Awesome. A lot of African Americans saying that if they're coming to invest, if they're coming to do stuff, they should be able to get citizenship. What's your view on that?
I think citizenship should be something that's offered and easier to maneuver.
Okay.
The country will grow for it. You think about Israel, right? Think about it, right? That many Jewish Americans have dual citizenship. Many Jewish Britons have dual citizenship. Israel prospered from that. We have to open our minds as Africans, particularly when we control assets like a country, of how do we expand it? How do we go deep with investment so we can have revenue to come in? I will hope the government here will open up the possibility of dual citizenship and make the process easier. You know, the country of Sierra Leone has already done it. That if you can trace your heritage to Sierra Leone.
With that being said, I am taking another group to Sierra Leone in April. Okay. They have not formally announced if there's going to be a citizenship ceremony, but my close sources, who are very, very, very close and made things happen, told me that there's going to be a ceremony. They just have not formally announced it. Just had a successful ceremony this past November or early December. It went great. If you guys know, I have my passports. In fact, let me go get my Sierra Leone passport. Hold on. In fact, let me go ahead and play this. I'll go ahead and get my Sierra Leone passport.
Automatic. Ghana can go further. That if you of African descent, open the doors, the investment would be tremendous.
Do you think that we are united?
I think we are as diverse and dynamic as any community, and we should never seek to be anything else but diverse. Okay. But we must be united in our mindset so that we would never, ever be preyed upon for our human dignity, our identity, our land, our culture. We have to control all those things all the time. And that's where we should be united. But as that we stand like that, we should be as diverse, as dynamic, as creative as our culture and the Creator has made us to be.
I've had interviews with a lot of African Americans, and some of them, when they come back to the continent, are so angry at the fact that we in Africa sold them off. What are your views on that?
Take off the mask and
Here's my Sierra Leone passport. Here's mine. So, and Sierra Leone is leading the way with, Sierra Leone is the only country in Africa that has a formal, on paper process for those of the diaspora to gain citizenship. Here's mine right here. So as far as Guinea-Bissau, it's still up in the air. It's still up in the air. No, Sierra Leone is by far. Sierra Leone is the most beautiful country I've been to. If you're into nature and landscape, beaches, Sierra Leone. Now, I have not seen all of Nigeria because Nigeria is beautiful as well. All right, I just pretty much go to Osun State, then go to Lagos State. But I haven't been to, let's say Calabar. They say the beaches of Calabar are nice. I don't know, it's as nice as Sierra Leone from what I've seen on the internet. But Nigeria has some beautiful hidden gems, you guys. Oh my goodness. But so far from what I've seen and laid eyes on, Sierra Leone. But overall, my favorite country is Senegal. But okay, let's get back into this.
look at your smile.
We need to right-size that history. Part one, Europeans came here to exploit people in the land. And when they seen how to make profit from people, they accelerated. They had a conference in Berlin to carve up the continent in a way in which none of the tribal leaders or the community leaders had any concept of. That on this continent, for most of the history, when there was this concept of slavery among tribal leaders as a result of war, it was nothing like what was experienced in Brazil, in the Caribbean, in the United States. Because among tribal leaders, they seen territory fights, but they always seen one another as human beings. And so what ended up happening in the exploitation by Europeans, they tricked many local tribal leaders. Those tribal leaders had no concept what they were selling people off to. And for some of those tribal leaders, they ended up getting captured later.
That's a whole nother show. I don't agree with that, but that's a whole nother show. What's wrong with the sound, guys? What's wrong with the sound? What's wrong with the sound? Oh, echo. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me mute myself. I'm sorry. Let me mute myself. I'm gonna run that back. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself.
and to carve up the continent in a way as our culture and the Creator has made us to be.
I've had interviews with a lot of African Americans, and some of them, when they come back to the continent, are so angry at the fact that we in Africa sold them off. What are your views on that?
We need to right-size that history. Part one, Europeans came here to exploit people in the land. And when they seen how to make profit from people, they accelerated. They had a conference in Berlin to carve up the continent in a way in which none of the tribal leaders or the community leaders had any concept of. That on this continent, for most of the history, when there was this concept of slavery among tribal leaders as a result of war, it was nothing like what was experienced in Brazil, in the Caribbean, in the United States. Because among tribal leaders, they seen territory fights, but they always see one another as human beings. And so what ended up happening in the exploitation by Europeans, they tricked many local tribal leaders. Those tribal leaders had no concept what they were selling people off to. And for some of those tribal leaders, they end up getting captured later and being sold off as well. So we cannot allow a false narrative that was not the dominant narrative to determine the relationship now. The problem with the system of enslaving Africans by Europeans, that they did not see us as humans.
All right, we're going to stop it right there, but I'm sorry. Africans were complicit in the slave trade. It is what it is. I've moved on. I'm over it. But we need to stop romanticizing and making excuses. It's still echoing. I have muted it. I have muted my my mic. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know why it's echoing. But anyways, Africans were complicit in the slave trade. Read the Barracoon, the biography of Cujo Lewis. You know, they were complicit. It is what it is. I'm over it. I've moved on. It is what it is. They're still my brothers and sisters. But again, they were complicit. We got to stop romanticizing the slave trade. It is what it is. Negroes was trying to get to that bag, and it's whatever. So anyways, guys, I'm going to put the link in the chat room. We're going to take a commercial break. We got to pay some bills. We got a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back. Let me put the link in the chat room. Go ahead and call in and add to the conversation. And here we go.
At the Okoli Law Group, we specialize in producing justice. If you or a loved one in the Atlanta metro area is facing serious criminal charges, then you need serious legal representation.
The Okoli Law Group is here for you. The Okoli Law Group is here for us.
The Okoli Law Group, serious legal representation.
Hi guys, I'm Jay Dior, intuitive reader and spiritual advisor. If you are someone who has been looking for more clarity or guidance on some of the issues that you have been experiencing in your life, then you can head to my website, bougievoodoo.com, where you can check out my reviews, or you can go ahead and book a session now. Also, check out my boutique, J. Dior Beauty, where I sell everything from luxury virgin hair and wigs to high-quality sport bikinis and swimwear. There is free shipping on all orders over $100, or you can use promo code YouTube for an extra 10% off. Scan the QR code to check out the site now.
Hey you guys, it is your girl Alexis Fowler coming to you with a special sale of 40% off all of my services when you use promo code VIP40 at alexisfowler.com. As a brand designer and consultant, I provide services like digital art, logo designs, packaging designs, web designs, social media flyers, and much more. If you're an entrepreneur with a business or a startup company and you need help with branding and graphic design, make sure you take advantage of this opportunity with 40% off using promo code VIP40 to get 40% off on all my services at alexisfowler.com.
Calathenos, go ahead.
What's going on, brother? Hey,
What's up,
nice, good seeing you, brother.
See you too.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, I'm on record about Liberia. About black people from America just getting automatic citizenship like any other country except for Liberia. That's the way I feel about it. I think it should be a special privilege and anything like that when you go to a country like Liberia because of the historical ties we have with Liberia. It should be done very carefully. It should not be just anybody just, I got a passport Liberia. That devalues what our ancestors built. Okay. When you take that citizenship in Liberia and whatnot, your allegiance shifts because there's going to be a fundamental battle right here. When that's the brother of the NAACP, his heart's in the right place, right? He's saying the right things, right? But here's the problem. There's conflict between black people and white people in the geopolitics. Black people in America are gaining power geopolitically, right? And I think this is like a veiled attempt to rein it in. That's why they brought Nancy Pelosi to the year of return, to sort of put a narrative on it. That's why they want the NAACP out in front of all this, because the bottom line is they tried to ignore this. They tried to ignore black people going to the continent, and they tried to ignore it, but now it's out of control, right? And America doesn't have control over the changing, shifting narratives of what it means, how America gauges Africa. It's black people doing this. And we're doing this outside the scope of what America allows us to do.
Right, because the narrative was always that Africa bad.
Africa bad, And so black people are going over there, just like for years, black people go to different parts of the world, right? You see white people down in Argentina. You see white people from America going to the Philippines. You see things change. As people change, movies, popular culture change, right? And so what happens is the powers that be have to align their thinking. I remember a couple of years ago when Bono was around and he was doing the Africa thing. Remember that?
Yeah, Africa A, save the children.
And then what he found out was Africans didn't like being portrayed as a charity case. So he had to change his message. Okay. So now what you see now is like people like going to the continent, people like yourself doing business and people doing things and everything. So the whole idea of Africa and African Americans, right? African Americans are becoming a major player in the global sense. It's not just Africa, it's Central America, it's Asia and everything like that. So therefore, they have to tread lightly. But what I don't understand is that if we're doing this already with Africa, Eric Adams say we got all these African-controlled cities in America. And like I was saying last night on Mamani's show, I said, look, one thing I have not heard is if we're sitting on, and I want people to listen to this very carefully. Okay, Howard University's endowment is at almost $1 billion. That's an endowment, right?
Right.
Your endowment, Spelman has taken their endowment and invested in Ghana. What was it? Another country? It was in several African countries. They help. They take their endowment and they invest in these countries. Like which one? The black fraternities are investing in different parts of Africa. Mm-hmm. All this is going on a grassroots, right? And Morehouse, right, partnered with Liberia and help at Howard Morehouse and these other Morehouse, the other one. This other one, I forgot the other one. They basically was helping Liberia rebuild its institutions and everything. Tennessee State University, right, is partnered with Liberia College, sent a whole bunch of laptops over there, right? And it's the right thing to do. We're doing all this stuff. We don't need the NAACP and all these people that is connected to the Democratic Party. That's all it's about, right? Telling us what we need to be doing. All this guy is telling us what we're already freaking doing. People have been doing this for decades, and all we're doing because of social media, we're stepping it up. The Pan-African stuff is just something natural we're doing. The Omegas, the Kappas, and all these other people are in all different chapters of the continent. People going on vacation. People are marrying and doing stuff like that. So what do we need somebody from the NAACP telling us what we already know? You know, it's an attempt to basically discredit the grassroots Pan-Africanists and the people that's on the ground, the people that can basically say the wrong thing to embarrass the United States and whatnot. So they want to save people. If we're gonna deal with Africa, they want to have their people in place, controlling the narrative. That's what this is all about. You know, it has nothing to do with anything else because all this stuff is going on. So they say, let's put a nice face on the Back to Africa movement, right? Let's bring the NAACP in. You know, what the hell is the NAACP? Aren't they trying to advance the colored Negroes in America? You know, what do they have to do with Africa? You know, what do they have to do with this? It's basically like that. And I'm not trying to sound negative or anything like that, but I think that's the truth. So therefore, another thing I want to talk about was citizenship, right? Citizenship requires that you have some sort of allegiance with the country you're going to, you know? And I think in Liberia's case, right, if you're African American, Black American, right, you already have a sort of privilege there. You know, you feel it when you're there. You know, you already have a privilege. You're from the United States. People wait on you hand and foot. You know, you can own land there, right? You can own business. The only thing you can't do is hold public office. So you can invest in Liberia. Like you got a couple of people that African Americans in Liberia right now, and they're pain in my neck because they keep trying to get where asking for citizenship and we need citizenship. What do you need? If you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're investing in businesses, right? You open up businesses, you're buying property, developing property, and you're living your life over there. You can own a house, you own land, you can own as much land as you want and everything. What do you got to press this thing with citizenship for? You know, down the road, if you're going to live there permanently, this is what I feel about it. If you're going to live there permanently and you're going to settle there permanently and you're going to build a business, then you can say, you know something, I'm all in. I'm my complete allegiance with the United States. Because what happens when the United States and Liberia gets into conflict? You know, which side are you going to choose? You know, and we don't think about that when we talk about multiple passports and stuff like that. You know, what side are we going to choose? You know, and a lot of us, to be honest with ourselves, we're going to basically say, you know something, as much as I love Africa, the average Black person is going to say, I'm sticking with America. That's just the truth.
Let's go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, there are a couple of things that the guy talked about from the NAACP that I want to touch on. First of all, when he talked about guns and violence and things like this, I think that we need to be more honest about that and understand that our main problems in America are not police brutality. Yes, police brutality is a problem. Yes, it is something that I've had to deal with, even as somebody who's a law-abiding citizen, and they can be hyper aggressive, especially in California, with black men. However, to go out and make it seem as tell the world as if that is the number one problem with gun violence in America is just false and disingenuous. And it paints people in America as being some sort of a victim, where you are a victim, but not in the same way. You can't tell me that all of a sudden police brutality is a big problem now, and more of a problem than it was in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. That just doesn't make any sense. We are videotaping it more, and so people can see it more. It's not a bigger problem than it used to be. So that's my take, number one, on that. Number two, also when he talks about guns and there's no way that you can actually get rid of guns in the United States. He misrepresented this idea that guns were about hunting and other stuff like that. That's not what the Second Amendment is about. The Second Amendment is about is for tyranny in the United States. And so when he goes abroad, he says things like that. What he should be saying is saying that because we have this law written in the Constitution about tyranny, there's no way that we can get rid of that because we can't get 2/3 of the Congress to agree on anything. So that's never going away in the United States. If you don't like the way the people in the United States deal with guns, you have to move. That's that. And then the third thing I wanted to say was that I think the NAACP does have a place in modern America, especially with Black people. I'm not sure what it would do on the continent, but I think that, but I do see where it has a place in the United States for Black people, because when you are in serious trouble, you need an organization with the infrastructure in place, with the lawyers, with these types of things in place. You can't You can't just throw the tracks down while the train is coming. You have to have the tracks already laid. That's it.
Yeah, let me respond to that. What you said about the gun violence, I'm so sick and tired of that, right? Philadelphia last year, 550 murders, right? Baltimore is going through a meltdown right now, right? You see what happened in that shopping center. Kid killed the old man about to fight the city councilman. He said, you want your pigtail and everything. People are dying. The old people, black people are frustrated. They're like, why are we dying?
I'm here in Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, you heard about that, right? That shopping
yeah.
center kid got killed. Anyway, the whole thing is this, and this goes back to this. Let me tell you something, folks, right? And I was taken too, right? I bought into Barack Obama, right? Just like I bought into Cory Booker, right? Cory Booker came in, right? He got Jay-Z and whoever Diddy, took a couple photo ops, and next thing you know, oh, Cory Booker, we don't know who this guy was. This guy came out of nowhere. And next thing you know, he's the mayor of Newark. Oh, he's going to do it. Did absolutely nothing. Got $100 million from Mark Zuckerberg, right? And then we figured out that Newark wasn't his thing. It was a stepping stone to build his political career so he can go to the U.S. Senate. Now this guy got presidential aspirations. And so we're saying, well, he just came in riding on a horse. And if you remember, when he was a mayor when those black kids got murdered by the illegal aliens in Newark, and he said, and we were like, wait, these people are here illegally, and they murdered 3 black children on their way to college and everything like that. These kids, and one of the girls were raped. They completely covered that up, and Cory Booker did that because he didn't want to offend the Latino community, you know? And so we let these people just ride on us politically and everything like that. Same sort of thing. And so I'm like this. So this guy's a Trump supporter. I'm not a goddamn Trump supporter. You know, if you really want to talk, man, click that link and you want to rumble with College Genesis, you can come over here, you know? So just because somebody don't like Cory Booker or Bummer, don't mean they're a damn Trump supporter. I'm not obligated to like any of these clowns you put up there. You know, they put these people up there. You don't know them from Adam. You know, they dress them up. Barack Obama. And they'll start looking at Barack Obama. Some of his speeches were plagiarized. You know, and I'm like this all this time. And I'm like, okay, Barack Obama. And I said, what the hell did he do in 8 years that was so spectacular? I don't know, but he just looked good. I bought into the family. I saw him and Michelle and the 2 kids and whatnot. And I was like, oh my God, my president and whatnot. And that's how it is. But those days of being emotional about politicians are over. Okay.
Let's pass the Black Line. Go ahead, Black Line.
Yeah.
Let me mute yourself, Black Line. Black Line, he froze? I think he's froze. All right, bring on Free Game Podcast. Go ahead.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good. Go ahead.
First, whatever that damn group called, what that group called, NAACP. Yeah, that's a Jewish ran organization, and it was created by them, and they never had good intentions for the black community. So college, right? Look, they don't need to really be in our business like that, because their plan is to go to Africa and do what they gonna do, you know, and cause their political atmosphere to be disrupted. Second of all, now I want to ask you this, and y'all can answer the question. Would going to Africa do you think we should have some type of businesses already set up, or you think we just should go over there and then see what we can do? Because if you want to go over there by the numbers, it's not gonna happen, because all black people don't have businesses. So what do you think? How can we get the money into the economy without being in America?
This is what I always say, you know. What I haven't seen over a thing, except for a couple of exceptions, right? There's no African American or diasporas, right, teams on any of the major stock exchange on the African continent. That's a concerning issue, right? We need to have an African American or diaspora owned banking system on the continent. Banking systems handle shipping, what do you call all the banking stuff like that, lines, letters of credit, and stuff like that, shipping documents, you know, bill of lading, all stuff like that. All the stuff that basically the basic infrastructure of money transfer and stuff like that needs to be on the continent, right? We need to have African American mortgage companies, credit lines, stuff like that, business credit lines, everything, and tap into the African Development Bank and stuff like that. That's already on the continent. We need to be there. You know who gets all the money for the African Development Bank? Development Bank develop Africa? The Lebanese. The Lebanese make their money building stuff, and the Indians and everything like that. They take the money and they send it offshore back to India, right? But at least with Black America, if we unite with Africa, if we get these contracts right, it's going to stay in our pool, our ecosystem. We're not doing it on that level, so definitely we need to have businesses. Now, with where the Indians do and other countries do, right? When they come to a country, right, they'll usually have one major company that put the Patel or whatever like that Indian company that has a major investment, a major multi-million-dollar investment, right? And what you see following them are secondary businesses, right? People who own cleaning businesses, people who own gas stations, restaurants, stuff like that. They follow that major business and they all coordinate and they work together. What we're finding now on the African continent, as soon as Black people talk about Africa and unity and everything, but as soon as they get to the continent, everybody's doing their own thing. Everybody's all over the place. Everybody's doing it and they keep failing because they're not working. We don't want to work together. We talk all this Africa stuff. Oh, Africa is about a village. But everything's a village until it comes down to responsibility and you pulling your own weight and you putting money. Like I said, I'm just here to tell the truth. So when you basically start having social societies and clubs in America and you're able to transport to the continent where people got rules and regulations and everything, you'll start seeing people coming and living on the continent in numbers. Okay? Until that happens, it's never going to happen. Going over as an individual is not going to do it. You need to come as organized entities as much as possible. And that's true.
Got you. That's a very good response. Because I'm wondering, like, if we gonna go over there, we gotta have our business great. The example you just presented is a mutual thing, Black Line. Yeah. The idea that you present is definitely perfect. It's perfect.
All right, go ahead, Black Lion.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hey guys, how you guys doing? Happy New Year. I know it's been a while.
You got
the subject came out. Oh, sorry, that was my brother. He's cleaning. My bad.
Go ahead.
I'll wait till he stops.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Well, for me, I'm all for. I'm actually happy when African Americans got their citizenship for Africa's development. Honestly, that's one of the most greatest achievements, in my opinion, in the 21st century for African Americans. It's one of the best things that has ever happened to us in nearly 400 years. Because this is telling us, if we have our minds like the right mindset, like other cultures do, this is literally one of the best economic and political and racial assets we can use to help build the African race tenfold. Because now, when you get citizenship, you're guaranteed at least a lot more, especially as someone with African blood, more resources, and you get your ancestral history and your knowledge back, and you have a right to control your own destiny. Unlike in America, that's amazing. That is literally amazing. It's in your hands. And the sad part is, and what's crazy about it is that a lot of African political leaders are giving it to us. They're literally giving it to us, like almost like for the college I'm at. What community, especially the white community, giving you guys? Nothing. They don't at least give you guys basic human rights as people. But look what the continent is giving us. A lot more than we could ever dream of. If you have the right mindset. This is the best things that have happened to us, and we have to take advantage. This is why we can literally make do a whole 360 and really build a real nation. We can actually become who our ancestors were. Easy. It's like a dream to me. I was so happy when I found that out. This is something that we can really take to a whole new level. And like I saw the video yesterday about some African Americans and their negative experiences in Africa. Hey, it happens. It is what it is. But even I agree But like when Giants we showing us video about them sisters calling them out, like telling them like, hey, it's your negative experience, fine, but don't make it as gospel truth. Because one thing I did, honestly, like what Marcus Garvey said, when he admitted, as much as he wanted to save his race, he said, I have no desire to take all Black people back to Africa. Y'all, you guys are no good here, and you definitely won't be good over there.
I don't know if he was saying about all Black people. He was talking about just a few select Black people. Because if you could take the Black person here that's no good, and he can go.
It's a lot more now. Honestly, it's a lot more now than back then.
Well, hold up. Let me say this, right? If you could take a lot of Black people, and there's a lot of Black people in America that are doing fine, right? And if they go to Africa, they'll fail. We got a lot of Black people in America that's not doing well, right? They can. You put them in the right environment, right? You put them in the right environment and everything.
Yes.
And like they'll be fine. So they may not function well in America, right? But if they get to the continent, right, they right around the right people and the right circumstances. That same person. Let's not judge a book by its cover. I've seen people go to the continent, right? They're no good here, but they were actually good over there. Went there, they got with the right people, and there's a lot of people that when if they go, it's the environment. Some people could move from do good in one state, they go to another state. They do if they're around different people, different circumstances, they change their mindset. They get a new outlook and everything like that, you know. But like I said, there's an old saying, you take you with you. You know, there's people that's good in America, right? Good in America, and they go to the continent, right? And they fail. You know, so we never know what. Then you got that one person. How the hell did he do it? Right? He was nothing in America, and he went over to Europe, whatever like that. And this guy's a millionaire. You see that all the time, and you see all the time. I'm a millionaire. It's like how the hell? Exactly. You're like I'm busting my ass and whatnot, and this guy. Yo, look, there's some people that got the gift of gab. They got a gift of organization, right? They can basically see things through and everything like that. And they've proven that. If you got that sort of natural innate ability of charisma and building and everything like that, see, sometimes those type of people, right, they get frustrated in America because America don't want to give them a chance, you know? But, you know, America don't want to give them a chance, right? But they'll go to some place like Europe, or go someplace like South Africa, and next thing you know, the same people that wouldn't talk to America, right? In Africa, you're able to talk to the top people that could tell you yes or tell you no. In America, we're so intimidated by the white man, right? That we don't even basically think that we need to be at the table, you know, with these people and like that. It's now our generation, my generation X, right? We were the first ones to say, you know something. You guys need us to make this music and everything like that, right? You guys like that. Oh, guess what? If you won't do this, that, and the other thing, we're not gonna sell you any records. We're not gonna do that. And much as we talk about Suge Knight, Diddy, and everybody like that, Master P. They were the first generation that basically made it by their own rules, you know, because we're not being intimidated by white people or not. So, like I said, let's give everybody a chance. You know. That rhetoric, like some people may know good. Our people, Black people in America, are fundamentally good people, right? It's just that some of us have opportunity, right? And some of us don't, right? If you give people the opportunity, like I said, if we building in Africa, right? We should make sure everybody has a place, right? We should go there in groups. We should have support society, right? And everything like that. Like I said, I don't want to see people going to the continent, right? Yeah. And, he was no good in America, right? Like, no, well, let's work together. Let's work together as a people. You know, even though he may not be good, he's still one of us. That's what other people do. You go to any other people, they take care of their own. They don't throw their people away and say, "Oh, he's no good," or whatever like that. So that's one of.
Let's pass it to Missy Bar. Go ahead, Missy Bar.
No, I read it. Okay.
Well, go ahead, pass it. Go ahead, Missy Bar. Unmute yourself.
Greetings to everybody. I wish you all the best of this 2023, right? So hopefully that moving on, all of us will keep on, keep excelling in life. That should be our goal, right? So, I mean, we have to see the opportunity in everything, right? Regardless of what that brother's intention is, it really doesn't matter at this point. It's going to have to be enough of FBAs, as well as African diaspora, to block any kind of anything that's going to affect us as a people, right? So if enough of us is out there and we keep building, we keep working together, it's not going to matter what any black face do, right? If we are all about the African business, if we are all about black-owned businesses, it's not going to matter what that brother does, right? So, because at the end of the day, W.E.B. Du Bois, may he rest in power, I'm sure towards the end of his life, he realized his mistake of interrupting Marcus Garvey, right? May both of them rest in power. Every one of them, nobody is perfect. Maybe this brother is realizing something. We don't know that. And you have to realize how this system use and spit us out. You see, many of the people that will talk about that they're great people, you find out the amount of pressure that they have to endure, right? So it's gonna have to be enough people. We can't just be just that one person. And then when they use them, abuse them, corrupt them, and then we are pointing a finger. So, in as much as I want to say anything negative about the brother, it doesn't matter what the brother does. He's gonna have to do what he does, and every single one of us have a responsibility that whatever he's trying to do, whether it's negative, we're gonna have to turn that negative into our own usefulness. Because African governments are making deals with genocidal maniac every single day, right? So if we are not at the table, it really doesn't matter. They're gonna have to need a black face that's gonna sell the product to Africans. So what am I doing to stop that? Not to stop them, but to turn that into our own benefit, to make sure that whatever they're doing, we're stopping or we're negating, or I don't know my English how to say that properly, right? That's going to be our main thing, right? It doesn't matter. If you want to sell the entire Africa, let them go ahead and try. What are we doing to stop it? It's going to have to be enough of us. Be on this platform, which is a great platform that's giving everybody idea. We're going to have to start putting in the skin, our skin in the game. Until then, everybody else is just going to start picking on Africa. Enough of us has to be there. We have to start demanding, Black Americans have to start demanding to be on the table, or to be at the table, to be in businesses, get into shipping businesses. And I'm saying, you cannot just show up in any African country and say, give me a citizenship. Why are you here? If you are not somebody worth of talking about where you're coming from, what is our exchange? What are we exchanging? Your money is not enough.
Exactly, sister. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Your black business, right? African hate me. We're gonna have to stop that. Everybody hates everybody. So what? What is your legacy? If you build a home in Africa, you're building a legacy. Somebody step on my toes. We need to stop doing the little BS shit. When I see that sister, she look at me the wrong way. So what? That's her eyes. Let her look. As long as that eyes doesn't stop you from getting to where you want to go, keep pushing. You're gonna see somebody that look at you the right way, right? Let us be about our black businesses. While that brother is doing what he's doing, enough of us needs to be doing more than whatever it is that he's doing. Ultimately, we don't know his own intention. He may want to use that platform to catapult, to present Africa in the best way. I don't know that. But we all have to remember what the system does to every single black leader, because it's going to be that one person and they will squeeze them tight. They will drive them tight if enough of us are not standing up to do the same, right? So I would say everybody, particularly black men, Black men can no longer afford to point a finger, wait for other group of men to give you your freedom that's given to you by your creator. You're gonna have to fight for it. I'm saying start from this country where you are. If you live in Maryland, Washington D.C. is there, Nigeria embassy is there, all the embassies there. How many of you that goes out there as a group to go and introduce yourself to say, listen, this is what I do? Right? Somebody is saying that a Black American should go to Africa to become a president. President of who? President of what? If you are not here to know somebody at the embassy that can introduce you as a great person to do business with, for all we know, you might be CIA. What do you mean? We can't even trust our own African government because of the amount of pressure that is on them. And that is what I want Black American and Africa particularly to understand. That if you are a straight Black man that's not willing to drop your underwear at the sight of another man, the pressure is on. If you say you don't want your people to starve, the pressure is on. Right? For example, they're talking about this guy that's popular now in Nigeria for presidency. Let him get there. I wish he would do what he says, but just give him another 1 year. If it lasts 6 months, because of the amount of pressure, when they start threatening his life, his mother's life. So we have to start forgiving our people. Look at them with kindness. You know, I can be Martin Luther King, may he rest in power. Hell to the no. Because the amount of pressure. Many of us will lose our mind. We're going to have to forgive those people. Because this is our turn. And many of us were hiding behind computers. We can't even leave our town. Black men should be going to Africa in droves, if for no other reason. Just to go and introduce yourself to your people. You know, so that you can they will get a feel for you and you will get a feel for them. So you can start having understanding. I actually believe that if enough of Black men and Black men here and there are coming together in conversation, you will realize our problem is just very minute. Everything we consider a problem is not really a problem. Right?
Yeah.
Listen, we have to understand the damage that the slavery and colonization done to our mind. Let's move on from that. I'm not saying we should move on from that, but please, let's find paradise here. Let's find paradise. Let's find blessing within us so that don't worry about what anybody does. There's going to be criminal everybody. Somebody, listen, I promise you, somebody is going to dupe you. It's a promise. So what? You're going to say because they dupe you, you're not going to go to any African, so you're going to stay here. You're not going to do business anywhere. If a Chinese man dupe you, what are you going to do? You have to do Chinese or do business with Chinese. They're making everything. Because Black Americans are not showing up, Africans that left African are not going back. That is why those governments have to do business with anybody that show up. We have a lot of people that have engineering degrees. Go there. It's not going to be as easy, but get with like-minded. I will let somebody else speak, but I actually believe this 2023 belongs to Black men. If they choose to take it. It really does. Go to all the embassies. Show up. Introduce yourself. You know, Black women too. We are not left behind, but in every society. Men must be the leader. Show up. That's it.
And like I said, like you said beautifully, sister.
Let's ask, go ahead, Moto. Go ahead, Moto.
Yes, just to touch on what Mr. Barra was saying, forgive them, the leaders. Because I've followed a number of the platforms. Sometimes I hear people speak about certain leaders who are revolutionary. And even someone as Nelson Mandela, I almost thought that was an area that is untouchable. And one person came in and said, well, he did not take wealth from white people. He did not redistribute lands. I said, well, you had two approaches. You could follow the direction of Robert Mugabe, which indeed he only had to evolve with time. But then when Mandela had power, there were negotiations behind the scenes. Now, remember, South Africa had about 12 to 13% white population, owning more than 90% of the wealth. They had the guns, they had the lobbying power, they had the USA and the West behind them.
Yeah.
So the thing is, Mandela thought, if you do that, at this moment, there was going to be a coup. They were going to take back the government, and you were going to plunge your people into so many years of something that you even don't have any idea how to topple. He decided to do Truth and Reconciliation, but if you followed his book, Conversations with Myself, the journalist asked him if he was upset, if he took it with grace. He said, well, I had to fight, but I'm really very upset. I'm so upset. 27 years is not something you give away. But he had to make a decision. And he evolved into the position of just being this very good man in society. But remember, he was the leader of the armed struggle. So he really wanted to take them on. But he made that decision to be so peaceful as a strategy to say, I'll govern for 5 years, pass it over to Thabo Mbeki. His father, Oliver Tambo, also was in the struggle. Then I'll leave it to the future generations as Black people begin to amass wealth, as the world begins to open. Look, at this point, we never even thought we would have the internet in Africa. 1994, no country in Africa could even send an email. I don't care if you're in Nigeria or anywhere in the world. It came in 1997. We all know that. But look at how well open the world is at the moment. Communication is in a split of a second. South Africans can say, hey, this is what is happening on the ground. So it is for the next generation to take over that mantle and say, okay, we start doing the land redistribution. If you look at what Julius Malema is doing.
Now, can I ask you a question? You see what's going on. I said this on Bomani's show last night, right?
Okay.
I said, right now, right? Black people in America, right? Black men. I was speaking of African-American, straight African-American heterosexual men. You know, the people that got the gutsies between their legs, you know? Let me talk to you for a second, right?
Sure.
Stop talking about, start doing things about principle. Back in the days, right? When we rallied against apartheid, you missed that part, right? It was African-American students and everything. I was still in junior high school. From college level, everything rallied the whole entire country, both political parties, right, to bring economic sanctions, international economic sanctions on South Africa. That's why they started letting Mandela out and stuff like that, right? We were driven by, we have always been a people driven by principle. That's the African American, you know.
Oh yeah,
we're driven by principle,
absolutely.
Right? Now, what I'm saying is this: Raphael Warnock, right? If we get back to that same thing, right? Raphael Warnock holds the key vote in the Senate, right? Instead of him riding like the rest of the Congressional Black Caucus does and do whatever the Democrats say and say, you know something? Since I'm the deciding vote, right? It's probably likely I'll win a re-election anyway. You need me. I don't need you, Chuck Schumer, right? This is what we're going to put on the table, right? We're going to go back to the old days of the real Black America and the real Black America that helped free the world. We want those racist sanctions lifted off Zimbabwe. It's the U.S. Senate that has the power to lift those sanctions. You know, the U.S. Senate is the most powerful government body in the world, and you got a Black man, right, who's a key vote. But we got to use that leverage. We got to start a campaign, lift the sanctions on Zimbabwe, hand it to Raphael Warnock, and say, Negro, if you don't do this, if you don't take this up as your mantle, and your sole thing be existent. Look how the Republicans, the MAGA people held up Kevin McCarthy. They whipped him right in the line. You're gonna do our agenda, or else.
Absolutely.
And guess what? So you have to basically do the same thing, Raphael Warnock. Look, those sanctions on Zimbabwe are racist, right? These people, the British government said they were going to pay back compensate the white in the Lancaster Agreement, right? That was broken by
Yeah, the
Liberia.
Lancaster Agreement.
Right? They reneged on that, right? And so what happened was it wasn't Mugabe, right? Because he was a knight in the King's Army. He's a British. He's an Anglophile. You know, highly educated man. It was those soldiers, right? And the people start taking the land back. And he just got in front of it and said, "Look, I got a choice. Either I protect the whites or protect myself." He chose himself over the whites, you know? And so therefore, these people start saying, "We're taking the land back." And also now that all the farming, all the logistics are done by black people. The white people out there, they don't farm. They say the white farm. We need the whites to farm. What do? They show up in their wheelchairs and whatnot and sit out there. That's what I said. I was disappointed with Kazorian talking the other night, talking about we need whites to farm in Africa. I don't know if he was joking or not. But the bottom line, the idea that you need whites, right? Even though examples of Botswana doing successful, Rwanda, the tea farms, best in the world, rival anything you have in Europe, right? Instead of showcasing African success and African success, where we got this whole idea that we need white people to do something for us and everything like that, you know? We got black farmers.
And the thing is, you're very right, because the thing is, even in Zimbabwe, what happened is the white farmers were given multiple entry visas to America and other Western countries. And the black farmers had to sell their produce to the white farmers, because when they went to the embassies, they were rejected, they were refused visas. So you have everything sitting. So it goes back to the white farmer, and you have to lobby for probably 25-30% less of your income. So that also made Mugabe, because the people said, "Mugabe, you spent 10 years in jail. Is this you?" But he had to wait for 10 years for the Lancaster Land Agreement to come to a close. But bear in mind, before that time, Elizabeth II gave him order of the bath in Buckingham Palace to make sure he renews the contract for the Lancaster Land Agreement for another 10 years. It was probably going to be even 20. He refused. And that was the beginning of Zimbabwe's problem. But again, I'm not saying that Mugabe failed. The truth is he had to stand up to show people that regardless of the sanctions, Zimbabwe is still surviving. If you look at even Harare and many other towns and cities in Zimbabwe, they're still more developed than many other African countries that have been tied.
Very developed countries.
Especially Central African countries like maybe Gabon, Cameroon. They can compete and compare with Zimbabwe. Now, with respect to the NAACP, what I would say is I followed the interview on Odana Networks. I think he touched on some very good points. I always say that the NAACP is kind of tilted a little bit to the left of American politics, but having taken a number of students to Ghana, I think it is a very good start. Now, what I expected is that the NAACP could lobby African governments during the UN summits. I really don't see them having a sit down, even the Black Caucus, to kind of introduce, students and other young entrepreneurs to African presidents. But what can we do? We, the African diaspora, we can also say, we can form a group, Global African Diaspora, meet with these leaders, put money together, show them the billions. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, they can't buy using Naira or CDs or using local currency like the Rand. When you want to pay to the Chinese or the Russians, you have to pay them in hard currency.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think about my proposal that black people sit on all these cities in America, right? We sit on pension boards, billions and hundreds of billions of dollars, right? New York City alone, New York City's GDP is 4 times the size of Nigeria's. New York City alone.
It's bigger than that of Russia, even.
Yeah, New York City, little New York City, bigger.
Okay, New York City, yeah, of course.
Now, what I'm trying to say is this, though: black people in America got pension funds, 401ks, everything like that. We sit on pension boards, billions of dollars that's loaned out in treasury bills throughout the world, sovereign wealth funds and whatnot. All these cities are now starting their own sovereign wealth and everything like that. We basically call ourselves sitting on mayorships and everything, but I never hear anybody black talking in that conversation. Robert Johnson, right, was smart, right? He got in Baltimore and got their city pension funds to give him the money to build hotels and casinos in the Caribbean. He's smart,
right?
Robert Johnson, the BET, and that's where he got the money to build the casinos in the Caribbean. He got criticized for that because but he only did what the white people do. How do you think Las Vegas was built? Right? Pension funds, insurance funds, everything like that is billions of dollars, and black people sit on key are in key strategic cities like Detroit, cities like even like Los Angeles, New York City, New York City, Philadelphia. All these cities, union workers, they got billions and billions of dollars worth of pensions and everything. How do you think South Africa got developed? All our endowments and pensions and everything was invested in the rand back in the 60s and 70s. We could do that for any other. We could do that for any African country,
and
we will mobilize.
That is true.
And we will mobilize. That's why I'm putting this out here on this show today, right? To get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I've listened to you a couple of times. What we have to bear in mind is some of us have been on some of these platforms, so you can imagine from the very outset what you knew and compare it to now, how much knowledge you've been able to have. We're thinking that some of these leaders that are elected sitting on some of the boards, we think they're very intelligent. Some African presidents as well, you may just see them in suits with a tie, some putting glasses. They are no better than a kid who is just 20 years old because they're stuck in colonial times. But the thing is, when you have a global African diaspora project that you come together, you begin to educate them because you have the money. When you show someone money that they get interested. Then you begin to educate them. You begin to tell them this is the direction, and you tell them we can build things. You talked about the bank. You can start a new African diaspora development bank in Africa. Then you can have something like a marketing board. Look at cocoa coffee. Now, people sit on the pension board. They don't know cocoa. About 80% of cocoa is produced by Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire, just 4 countries. It is $130 billion industry. But if you talk about cocoa confectionaries, you're talking about 5 times that size. Think about if you have such a bank. You go in there, the farmers are going to trust you. The governments are going to trust you. Then you take your ingenuity, you build the factories. You build universities, because I'm saying you must have about 5 international state-of-the-art, better than Harvard, Princeton, Oxford, Ivy League style universities in Africa. We have engineers. Myself, I'm an engineer. We have engineers. The person who designed the Chevy Volt is Nigerian. I'm Jelani Aliyu. Okay, there are many other engineers like himself. Exactly. If you have lithium in Nigeria, stop inviting Tesla to just come build a factory. They're still going to lobby your government and make away with 95% of the profits. Why don't you have a long-term project to say we can start building the car? Nigeria has rubber, Cameroon has rubber, Congo has a lot of rubber. So you can build it. We have people who can train even for free with this African Global University. You can finance it through the bank, the Diaspora Bank. You can give free education to African students from all over the world. Now they have to compete. You can have about 3-4 competitive examinations worldwide. You could be Jamaican, Haitians, African American, Black born in Britain, on the continent. When you put them in there to compete, the best and brightest go there. You say in the first 3 years, or by the time you graduate, you're not just coming out as an engineer in suits. Nigeria is having Okada, Boda in Kenya, Ben Sikin in Cameroon. This is a primary means of communication now in Africa. Why are you buying from Korea bikes, Chinese bikes? You must design one, build one by the time you're coming out of this university, because you're only taxed with studying. You're not paying any school fees, but we can finance that through the banks, and we have the resources just from cocoa, coffee, rubber, lithium, manganese, cobalt. I mean, you can name it, and you can tell the government this is how you move forward. From there, right, please.
What you're saying, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
What you're saying is so important to so that we stop bleeding human resources, right?
Right.
It's hard to explain to our people that when you see a Nigerian, like if you take 100 Nigerian right now,
okay,
many of them have not just their masters, they might even have 2, not yet their PhD, they might have 2. And then they will carry all that intelligence and come here, right?
Right.
And come here. And then when they get here, they will ask them to go ahead and start all over again. You spend your entire life studying, right? Whereas if you just stay there, eventually, right, things will come. We're not looking at it, the amount of resources that we are bleeding out. where if you go on Instagram right now, you literally have people that are saying, if you have a degree in Nigeria or any other African country, come to this
UK.
European country is free. So what sense does it make that you educate yourself here just to come to here to do what? We're still keep build, and this is going to have to be the word of African government themselves, like the brother is saying. We're going to give you complete free education. You will not leave this country for the next 10, 15 years. The better part of your life will be to serve this country. If you don't want this free education, it is okay. You pay for school fees.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Put that in
That's
policy.
what. That's
So that way, you will have all the people that, anybody that gets free education, you have them listed. If they want to go out of the country, you want to know why they're leaving.
Right. Don't give them a visa. Don't give them.
one of the main issues.
It's slavery.
One of the main
educating people for Europeans.
The doctors. Do you know how many doctors Nigeria alone is developing?
But for somebody else.
Hold on, let's pass it. Go ahead, Black Line. Go ahead, Black Line.
No. They were here on the mark. What I was gonna say was one of the biggest elephants in the room is the fact is my father. He's from straight from Nigeria, and he's a teacher here in the school. And believe me, I understand what you guys are talking about. I literally see it. Like Africans from the continent will literally use all the potential and knowledge in a country where they don't give a damn about it whatsoever. Believe me, it's a waste. It's literally a waste for any ethnic group comes over here. But the main problem is, like I think I said this before on the chat, a lot of us don't fight anymore. Like I agree with this, like Missy Bar right here. I'd rather like the problem with even with some Africans, they treat the continent like it's a country itself. Like, okay, let's say Nigeria's not doing that well. Let's say educationally and economically. Okay, all right, and you tried fighting. All right, try Ghana, try Gambia, Senegal, Morocco, whatever.
Angola. Don't forget about Angola. Angola's untapped. Angola's an untapped. I don't know why nobody talks about Angola. We gotta get out of this English. We gotta stop this English speaking stuff. Angola's a gold. Angola, Zambia, and the Congo. That region right there is gonna be the.
Yes.
You gotta stop this English speaking stuff.
I agree. Exactly. Give other African nations a chance. The problem I noticed is a lot of the manipulation and brainwashing even on the continent is so bad that the minute we don't like something about the country, it can be anything. Oh, I'm going to UK or I'm going to America. Exactly. It's like we don't give the continent a chance. It's like, but the problem is a lot of them will fight tooth and nail for what's going on in the UK and America. It's like, why do you want to bust a Martin Luther King or Malcolm X in the country where you're clearly not wanted? And now the Africans in the UK are like Ghanaians and Africans and Caribbeans are complaining over there about how they're
getting deported. Like what you call it, Dubai is important. Like everybody in the world just basically saying Africans we had enough because of inflation and everything. They're shipping Africans back and everything, and Africa like what? Look,
Indians.
We see this whole new world order. A lot of Africans bought into some African Americans too. You think about something. That whole global citizenship thing, right? I'm a global citizen. Barack Obama, I'm picking up stuff now, right? Barack Obama was a global citizen president, right?
Yeah.
You know, and now with Brexit right here, people are getting back down to nation and region and race. Nation building,
exactly.
Right? The global citizen is a thing of the past, right? You gotta get back down to home, stuff like that. Black people need to focus on Africa and Black American African countries, whatever. Forget living in Siberia, forget living in Germany, forget all this stuff. You're never going to be a German citizen. You're never going to be a Swede. You're never going to be in Switzerland. You know,
all our money is in Sweden. We need to get that money out. That's what we need to
get the money. Yeah, get that money.
Get our money out.
Yeah.
Stop giving them your human resources. Listen, what you guys are saying is extremely important. I pray that we learn something. Africa needs to mind our African business. You know, Black people needs to mind our Black business. Work together. You know, if you look at it, your tongue and teeth, they fight each other every time, right? Shit, that's just the way it is. We're going to fight, then let's keep it moving. You know, We don't need to kill each other. We don't need to demonize each other. You know, we are human beings. If the people that have done it before, if they don't do it right, well, this is our chance now. Let's see if we can do better than what they did. But remember, like the brother Kala and everybody has been saying, when somebody do something, they get to a point where they can no longer move forward. You know, we've already tapped their brain out. We already tap everything out. Then the next person needs to keep it moving. Why are we saying that Dr. Martin Luther didn't do it right? Nkrumah didn't do it right. But what are we doing though? We are sitting here masturbating in silly intelligence where it's not getting us anywhere. So we just need to keep it moving. If they didn't do it right, then this is our chance, right? Let's see what we can do so that the next group are not pointing their finger at our nose, right? So,
and that is why I'm saying that there should be a global African diaspora project.
That's it.
Many African Americans and Jamaicans are moving to the continent. I was talking to one lady. She said, I got duped. I said, but how did it happen? I said, about 75% of it, you cost it. How could you move to Ghana and you have Ghanaians in America? Do you have 5 Ghanaian friends? If you don't have, you're just the problem. I said, because if you had a Ghanaian friend, you form a partnership with that friend, you are just 99.9% less likely to be taken advantage of by a Ghanaian in America. They will show you the ropes. They will call a contact person that hold your hand. They will you might even be living for free. I said, then you'll get the land. They'll do the document. Even if he has to benefit, it's going to be so marginal. But I'm telling you, in 99% of cases, they won't even want to benefit because, you know, I said there are always bad apples, but they want you to have a very good experience. I said, but when you just bought a flight because you just saw something on YouTube and you want to educate yourself that way. I said, because you don't go in as a group, you don't form partnership. What is lacking between Africans and African Americans and other diasporans like Jamaicans and Haitians is the partnership and so much individuality that we think we can just go there, you know, work it out.
We're trying to be Americans in Africa. I'm an individual and everything.
That's not gonna work.
Everything is about partnerships, family, friendships, networks, and everything like that. Look how the Chinese did in America, right? They formed their own social club.
Even the Chinese are working together. Everybody else is working
they go to
together.
any country. They go to another Asian country. They got their own society, their own social clubs set up whenever they know they have networks set up and everything.
They have Chinatown in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I've been to many African countries. You go to some African countries, they have Indian quarters.
Yes.
You know, you go to Zambia, you go to Cameroon, you know, they have Indian quarters. The thing is, you need to form that partnership because even if you have money like LeBron James, you go to an African government as an individual, there is just somebody in there who's probably going to take advantage of you. But if you go as a project, as a community, you know, you go as an estate, now you do your legal papers, you do everything, and they see the large scale benefit of you guys coming together. Because remember, you have so much capital. You know, even the president is going to look at this like, this is a lifeline for me. I can even make the case that this is a political success. Then you can even begin to educate the president that, look, if we can put money together, we have a stream of cash coming because think of the size of the African diaspora. We can do things. You don't really need to go to France for them to take advantage of you.
Exactly.
You don't need to go to
I'm gonna say something in closing here, right? See, Africa, right? The bumbling. I'm not nothing about all the people that's going to the continent, right? But all the mistakes you've seen in Africa with so-called Pan-Africans is exposing something about Black America. You know, we like to say like we have it together and stuff like that. And I started to question that, right? Why things fall apart. How is it that you can go to and your natural instinct to group up and build together and form hierarchies, you know, form social things. So in other words, you're telling me the only reason why you're together in America is because of racism? You know? It's like the Bible said, Job, take that hedge away from him and I'll make him curse his maker. You know? You should be able to go to any country. If you see a bunch of people with similar background, you're from America, right away you guys should be in a group where not you're being against the local people, but that's just natural. Just like we expect people, like we have a little Senegal, a little Sierra Leone in America. We expect a little Liberia here, a little Monrovia here. we expect that, because people we understand you gotta have things like-minded people. Like we're still all black, but we also like I say, you go to the Jamaican spot. I want to enjoy your culture, right? And who you are as same as a black person. I don't want you to be like, oh, I gotta come over here, like black people said. They need to come over here and assimilate with us, but we're not together. We're not together. Exactly. We're fighting each other. So you want them to come over here and just get involved with our so-called culture that we don't have really, that we don't want. We never want it, right? Let's be honest with ourselves. We never want it, right? Because most of black people really just want to be white. If white people say, tomorrow we're giving everybody a chance. Everybody's white. We're not gonna see color, but everybody start jumping up. Oh, they'll start throwing their dashikis off. They'll start throwing.
That's very true.
I got a PhD. I have a PhD in Negroology. There's nothing about the Negro I don't know, man. And speaking of Negroology, we got Kidola up here.
Hey, go ahead, Kidola. Go ahead, unmute yourself, Kidola. Guys, make sure you hit the like button and hit that. Kidola, hold on, Kidola. Kidola, hold on. I know you ready to go. I know you ready to rock and roll like Kala. I know. But hold on. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. Go ahead, Kidola. Go get Kala. Go get him.
Kala. Okay, bro.
I love you a lot.
You're breaking up.
Hey, Kidola, your connection. Kidola, your connection.
Connection. That MTN, man.
Yeah, Airtel. Glow. No, you ain't. Glow was great. I love Glow when I'm in Nigeria. Not using Glow. Go ahead. There you go.
Yeah.
Kala, I love you a lot, man. I like the way you talk. I like the whole show of a thing, It only take few. I think few Black Americans will come to Africa, not really all of them. But you see, it's the mindset. The mindset is you don't have to get frustrated when you come to Africa or when it didn't go your way, you start insulting the Africans, because it's very easy. Sometimes in the American culture, it's American culture anyway, say, God damn, what am I doing here, man? These are, those kind of insulting words and this thing. Look, Black America have far advantage when they come to Africa. If they come on the group, you start, like what the sister said, you can go to the embassy, you start, say, look, we will be taken away from Africa. Africa respect group.
Yeah.
That's what they respect, really. They respect group a lot. Come as a group. You can fly in and say, I want my rights to be restored, but you have to really love it. You understand? You have to really love it. I'm not coming here to maybe to throw on it. No. You see, that's why I like Dynast a lot. You see, Dynast just waiting. You can see that he really loves Africa. He's eating the food. He loves the people. You understand? Those are the things people will see. Yes. Those are the things people will see in you. I don't think African leaders are really against giving citizens to Black Americans, because that's what I always tell people. Why are you going to Kenya? Because a Kenyan person will see you as West Africa immediately. Without saying, oh, I'm going to Kenya, I'm going to Rwanda. When Rwanda look at you, they don't look at you as part of them. They say, are you Nigeria? That's what will come out of my time. Because Black Americans are tall like Nigeria, broad like Nigeria, the same phenotype. So also going to Kenya, Africa does not roll like that. I said, look at yourself in the mirror. Look at the mirror. Who do you look like? Look like typical, like a West African somebody, person. Your DNA don't lie. So going to Rwanda, the love or the emotion we have, you have to always be super nice for you to always be in such an environment, because you don't look like them. So Black Americans will check West Africa first, because they look like West Africans 100%. From Sierra Leone to Congo, these are the Niger Congo basins. Just look who you look like.
That's the western facing side of Africa, from Angola all the way through to Senegal. Yes, that's the western facing side of Africa.
Yeah, that's what I said. Just look who you look like. Then you can easily blend in. You can easily talk, because you already have the gift of that DNA that most Black Americans, let us do. They're as rough as Nigerians. You understand? Nigerians are.
Kiddo, let me ask you a question. Now, I stated my position is right that given just automatic citizenship, I don't think that's I think that should be earned. You know, I that's the way I feel. I have nothing against citizenship, but I think it cheapens the citizenship. A citizenship, right? I think this is what I say about the Africa, right? Now, when I was in Liberia, right? Because I changed when I went to Liberia. And I'm about to go there probably next month, right? I changed when I went there, right? I believe, I should do citizenship. But when I realized that when I went there and I had this privileged position, because, I just be honest with ourselves, Liberia is basically just another part of Black America. That's all it is, and Africa mixed together. It's Africa and Black America combined together. And I go there and I have all this privilege and just being Black American. I said the only thing protecting these people, the poor people in Liberia, is that citizenship. The fact that they can decide, right, who's president. Right now, they love George Weah, right? And to me, I respect that, right? I have my issue with George Weah.
Carla, let me just be honest to you. You see, they say, anything that goes up must surely come down. The Black Americans will surely come down to Africa one day. We like it. We Africans like it or not. You say I can be talking sometimes like you feel, oh, this guy hates or this guy biased to Black. No. One thing that touched my heart, like these people, they don't know the gift they have. Look at the Chinese. The people that build the Chinese economy, the Chinese are real Chinaman never been to America. How did the information of United States businesses, capitalists went to the Chinese? Is the Chinese that live in America for more than they say, oh, I'm running away from communists. You said, sure. These Black people in America, these Africans descended in America, will surely come down. We cannot hide it. It might not be now, but in the long run, it will happen. It will definitely happen. That was anything that goes on will surely come down. These African leaders, most of them knows already it will surely come, but when that rush will come, they might come and be taking second citizen and everything. Look, if you happen to have know a guy who's in America who come to marry a Nigerian girl in my village, far away, you understand me? Far away, the guy brought his mother, his brothers, they did a very beautiful marriage. African people don't know. They will think at first it was a Nigerian guy. Or did they start language for him, then he starts smiling. Then the wife said, no. It takes a lot of complication to explain where is he really from. Then some people don't know it's from people that took where? Long time. Oh, okay. But they still respect him. You understand me? So it's not about if they will come, sure they will come. Because I don't think Africa will start closing their eyes, allow all these things to pass by, allow these things to just happen by. No. Come a time, what goes up will surely come down. So 500 years there is long. But will they come back?
Take a look at this, brother. Not only that relationship we will come together as one. Everybody have culture, right? But we will definitely come together. My brother-in-law is a Black American, for lack of a better word, right? But when you see him, if nobody tell you that is from here, you will never know. I mean, he's as tall as any Nigerians. He look exactly like any Yoruba man that you will see. Only when he speak that you will say, oh, okay, so he must be from somewhere else. So, and his mannerism in every respect, a great guy. If nobody even tells you that it's not from here, if they didn't tell you that it's Black American, you will never know, and a family man. And ultimately, we have to start seeing ourselves in each other and realize the effect of that everything that has been done by these people to separate us, it is our responsibility to come together as one. There is no other way. We don't have any other side. The more Black Americans start going to places like the embassy, getting into relationship with African leader, getting relationship to the locals, start educating them. Many of you are retired teachers. You go retired over there. Go ahead, go teach people. Go and do stuff over there. The more you start doing stuff like that, the backing Black Americans need the backing of African states. It is extremely important so that the amount of bloodshed that Black American experiences can be broken. It's going to have to be where everybody will start saying, we're not doing business with you anymore unless you stop this. If all African government can say, you see that cocoa that you guys want so bad, go ahead. Go ahead. If we don't stop the police brutality, we're not doing anything to you. An African government can do it, but it's up to us, the diaspora, to make it happen. Don't leave the responsibility on Black America alone. We as Africans that come to this country enjoy in the suffering of what Black Americans suffer for. We as such have responsibility to go to that same embassy to speak up on behalf of these people, you know, for lack of a better word, so that, and these people also needs to go there and speak on behalf of themselves and us as a collective. We need to start speaking up, you know. All those embassies, they're just doing city, they're not doing anything. They're just like a figurehead. What else are they doing other than just writing papers? They need to start doing community development. And we have a lot to do with that. So I will let you guys go. Please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the words of wisdom, sister.
Stay blessed, all of you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Moochie.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So you know what? I think today I agree with a lot of things that Carla and most of the people were saying. Only thing I wanted to say about Angola, I've been to Angola a couple of times. I've got friends over there. If you don't speak Portuguese, it's going to be a little difficult for you.
But but let me tell you something.
Carla, let me speak. Carla,
let me but I got my mind. If you can speak English, if you can teach English, right? Angola, you got a job. They're hiring
but
English
can you
teachers.
speak? I'm from the region, brother. I'm trying to tell people that Angola is one of the most expensive capitals, if not the most expensive in Africa. Do you know that?
I know, but there's other parts of Angola. There's a northern region.
Which parts?
The northern Soyo, the northern region. That's an undeveloped area. You know, right there on the Congo River. Beautiful
Do you
city.
see a lot of foreigners going there?
No, that's
why
Angola,
another thing you gotta know, Angola, there's a lot of uninhabited land, but there is a lot of land mines in Angola from the war. That is why there's a lot
in the south.
That's the war stopped, but the land mines are still there. That's why they still import a lot of their food. I know about this, but anyway, that's what the other thing I wanted to say was just about I think what Missy Barra was talking about. You know, the one thing, you know, the Indians, the Chinese, they do business together, they put money together. With us Black people, sometimes I'm afraid to say there's a lot of criminality among ourselves. You have to be trustworthy for somebody to do business with you. And I'll say this to anyone in the diaspora who has never been to Africa. Please, and this is a fact, do not trust your money with anybody if you are not on the ground. A lot of Africans in the diaspora have lost money through friends and family investing in businesses when you are not on the ground. If you are not on the ground, invest money that you can afford to lose. That's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah. Also, what I was saying earlier, Mucci, I was saying, Black people in America, right? Every time I look at these people on YouTube, right, they become the most rugged individuals, black-necked people in the world when they get to Africa. You know, I ain't got nothing to say. I hear them all the time. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Gambia is such a small country. These Negroes should be eating dinner together every night in a communal setting. You know,
Facts.
You know?
Facts. Right.
I ain't got nothing to do with them, man. I mean, come on, it's just exposed something about Black America.
Say it again.
What I say?
I ain't got that. I don't know.
I ain't got nothing to do with them niggas. I ain't got nothing to do with them. I'm by myself. The Negro comes out of nigga. The Negro, I mean, it's telling me to curse, but the Negroes come out of people when they go to Africa. It's like, damn, you were talking all this Black power, community stuff. You go to Africa. I'm like, yeah, I'd be like, y'all in the same country. Y'all, well, you know, we was about to meet and whatnot, and we got delayed. Negroes, Y'all can't get y'all niggas on the same page. Y'all living in the same country. It's frustrating. I know BAO chapters. I can't get people organized because people want to get on YouTube and pretend they're doing better than they actually are, right? But when somebody shows up to your place and whatnot, you ain't really got it going on. It's a lot of pressure. It's like, stop fronting. You're in Africa. You ain't got shit. None of us got shit. So what we do is put our money together, humble ourselves, right? We used to be a humble people. But every time in Africa, instead of building nice housing where everybody got everything, you want to build a mansion. You had a sister on here a couple of months ago, right? She's an Uber driver. And next thing you know, she's in Ghana trying to build a beachfront property. That's the arrogance of the African American. The arrogance. Think about that. You didn't have shit in America. You never had a farm. You never owned a house and everything. You were basically homeless. But yet when you go to Africa, right, you want citizenship and a big house and a mansion on day one. Or it's no deal. I want this. I want this. I want this. What do you have to contribute? What did you earn? Why should they give you citizenship in their republic and give you all this just because you're black and everything like that? I said we have to take that up with the white man. It was a white man that enslaved us. So we go to the continent, right? Let's go as groups. This is what we can benefit. We have this many teachers. We have this many medical workers, doctors, everything. We want a piece of territory, land, and everything. We want to build and everything. We want to build an enclave, right? We're going to be working in the city. We're going to be doing this. We have our own. We're gonna have a centralized bank account, whatever like that. Whatever we're gonna work on, and we're contributing. Also, look at all the goods and services we're gonna be producing. We're gonna be buying from your local markets, right? We got the cold hard cash, right? We show up at that local market and whatnot. We're pulling out the money. We're pulling out that credit card. You go to Africa and you pull out that credit card. You want to see Africans smile? Pull out that credit card like you're gonna spend something. And next thing you know, but Africa some parts of Africa got to get better with that pay, the swipe and everything like that. Everything.
Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson
O'Shea Duke Jackson. O'Shea Duke Jackson. Back at it again.
Hey, listen, Kid Ola's back for round 2. Kyle, go Kid Ola. Go ahead. He's chopping at the bit. Go ahead, Kid Ola. Kid Ola, mute yourself.
And that was a good message from O'Shea about most African Americans will not make it, cannot, or it will be very difficult for them to make it on the continent. The jobs in Africa don't pay much. They pay very little, okay? So unless you're working for a multinational corporation or you're working for a non-government organization that pays you in USD and probably you're tax-free, you're not going to go to Africa looking for a job. You have to be entrepreneur.
Muchi, you're from Zambia, right? You're from Zimbabwe, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when those African Americans in the first of the 90s, then the 2000s, convinced a lot of U.S. companies to invest in Africa? Pepsi, Ford, everything, IBM, and everything. It was African Americans who led those companies post-apartheid back in South Africa, right? I always wonder what happened to that energy right there, where African Americans are trying to convince American companies, to go over there. That's opportunity. What happened was a lot of people, even though they took those opportunities in Africa, right? They weren't vested in Africa. There was just it was a time of the glass ceiling in America, right? So they went over to Africa and said, "Yeah, I set this up and I did this." And they thought they were going to come back to America and rise to the top, And then after a while, they said, "Look, I went to Africa and helped establish this. I didn't get nothing when I come back to America." Now, what I'm saying is this generation of Pan-Africanists, right? Hey, it's no shame in working for a Fortune 500 company in white. The Pan-African is in your heart, right? Steer that company towards your chosen destination in Africa. Say, hey, look, I got an opportunity to build over here and everything. You do your feasibility, say, oh yeah, we can make a lot of money, whatever like that. You're employing locals. You're going to bring other people from the diaspora behind you, right? And you're connecting with, and you're doing the right thing, right? Because I really believe that's the only way that African Americans are going to be relevant in the future. We simply don't. We work for these companies in America. Let's use that for our advantage. The cities in America that we're managers of city managers, we're sovereign wealth bond, but these are things that we have at our disposal. I don't think black people are trying to go to Africa saving their nickels and dimes, going over there to start a business. Just use the system and the stuff you have access to.
Exactly.
Have access to. We have black institutions, right? Tennessee State sending money to laptops to Liberia. Encourage your city the former Sister City project with just said African country. You know, cities and towns are becoming more global. You know, and so therefore, hey, look, I live in a county of this, right? Hey, you know, this country over here, this county has funds that they use, federal funds, right? That they use to invest overseas in developing countries and or at risk. So tap into that, you know, and then you're contributing to the development of the continent, right? And you're coming to the table with something. And then after you do that for a while, you say, you know, something, as Africa is a perfect place for me. I want a citizenship. I don't want to go. Then you are worthy of saying yes. They'll say, okay, you're a citizen because you become an enfranchised partner in the development of this continent. But not just citizenship because you just wanted citizenship just as for vanity. No offense to people who do it, right? But I think in the future, you know, that's what we have to look at, you know.
Kidola, Kala, you
Yeah.
see, one thing that African diasporas have to have in mind in Africa is when you choose these countries, let's assume, will you have these properties? Will you have these properties? Just let's be honest, will you have this property? These properties can be wait for you for life to come. You understand? You for life to come. You can pass this weight to your you know, to your children, children. Look how Nigeria operate. In Nigeria, you can just go somewhere, buy a piece of land, keep it for some while, you sell it again, you make a lot of money. If you want to build on that land, or you want to build a house on that land, or apartment in those land, maybe for business, for income, you just build it, you just be getting your money every year, right? When you old and die, that property will belong to your descendants. You understand? That descendants, person like Ojuku, you know Ojuku fought Biafra War. When the federal government sees Ojuku properties, people thought, oh, Ojuku lost when the federal government returned those properties back, Ojuku family still enjoying those wealth of 1960s, 50s. You know, up to today, those are the hot place in Lagos. I'm not just Lagos, I'm not talking about everywhere in Nigeria. So you have to take advantage, okay, I'm from here. And look at these people. Come and invest. But you have to be very careful. You have to have somebody on the ground. You have to know person on the ground. You have to have friend on the ground. Person like Dennis that's a member of a very powerful clan. I was in one place. I said, people don't understand how powerful Dennis is really in Nigeria. Really, you know, it's where it's coming from. You know, the prince where they gave to him the prince. That is very powerful there. You know, people don't. It's not just ordinary citizens of Nigeria, but it's a prince. You understand? As people don't understand that. You know, it's from inside a kingdom that rule these territories. You know, so people like that that know a lot of people on the ground. It's okay. Hey, bro, can you help me for a piece of land? A very good land. Help me negotiate it. Okay, you have a lot of people that you can just call. Man, help me do this. Check this for me. I don't want no trouble land and all these things. Then you can go and see the land. You know, it can also involve you if you want the palace to also be involved because he's already there. You have to say, so you already have someone on the ground. If not Danes, then you have to really know the Nigeria gap at least very good for a year. You and him have to body. You have to travel with him. That's why I talked about Danes coming in here because the one going there every 50 months. You know, he's the one having communication there. You know, he from that zone. You understand me? So even if you didn't buy it from the kingdom he's coming from, he can also have guys inside that kingdom that will also help him to hustle for a better place for you to stay. So with the money, with the dollars, Black America has a very good, heavy advantage of bringing this money, building. I know they have to work out for it in the United States. It's not just easy. You know, they have to cut off some expensive. They have to cut off some heavy living and all those things, maybe to build a very good houses. You don't need to complain. Oh, I can't pass a wet. I can't pass a wet to my children. In Africa, there's what called generational wealth. Unless if you go and sell the property that your ancestors give to you or to your father, and your father sold the ocean, then you don't have nothing. I have a land that my great grandfather have. My grandfather inherited. Then my father, my uncle. Then part of it is also mine. Even when I buy my own land, you know. So these are the words that they have to start thinking about. Like, what would I pass to my children? you know, in 100 years from now, 200 years from now. That's what the white people are doing. The white people pass this work on for
Carla,
black to mighty land.
Carla, I have a question for you, Carla.
Yeah.
So yeah, so tell me, what do you think in terms of like the rich African Americans? How much conscious, or how much do you think they really think much about Africa? Or
Okay.
because I've not seen.
I'll
Let
be
me
honest with
finish.
you, right?
Let me finish before you answer the Carla. Because you know why I'm asked, because for example, I've not seen any like prominent African American, like either be in business or like these athletes who are some of the richest African Americans, right, having an investment in Africa. I mean, other than maybe something to do with charity. So what is their disposition in terms of Africa and doing things in Africa?
The whole thing is this, like, and I'm glad you asked that question, right? The thing is, when you America, this is how America works, right? If you're black, right, or if you're black, right, you can now, if you're African American, right, either you're a good one or a bad one, right? A good one or a bad one, right? Good means that you could get along with white people. You're aspiring to be an American. You're doing all that stuff. We see the brief thing with the Black Lives Matter thing, whatever like that. But white people allow that once in a while. The main thing is that when you see Shaquille O'Neal, right, worth $1 billion, whatever like that, Shaq is a brand, right? Shaq is a brand. He makes a lot of people money. He makes a lot of white people happy. Same thing with Michael Jordan. Same thing with all these other people. Same thing with Robert Smith, the richest African American, right? He's basically, I'm doing this. He's doing what white America allows him to do. Okay. Now, Bob Johnson, right? He basically invested at BET, was a billionaire, and he invested in Liberia, right? He took a risk to invest in Liberia. He was an entrepreneur and stuff like that. He saw something in Africa and he invested. Whitney Houston had a major investment in South Africa with Pepsi, she had South Africa. So, but South Africa was Nelson Mandela, post-apartheid and stuff like that. That's allowable, okay? If you're talking about doing stuff like anti-racism, if it's cloaked in that, that's fine. The problem right now is when you start talking about Africa now, you're very toxic because you're talking about confrontation with the United States. Okay? United States, when you're a black billionaire, why do you think Kanye has all the answers in the world, but he has never mentioned Africa once? He says, I want to do this. He says, I want to basically forget Adidas. Why did he once say, I want to build my factories in Africa? Because Africa's off the table. Because it's outside the bounds of what white America is accepted, And that's what the problem is. I do like the fact that Meek Mills went to Africa. People are going to kill me for saying this, right? Because it basically is an outlet. Floyd Mayweather took his boxing gym, but invested $50 million in a boxing gym in Nigeria, okay? There's opportunity to make money on the continent, right? And people are starting to find it. You got to understand something. In America, right, the fact that we still talk about social justice and everything like that in Black America, right? And Africa is completely off the table. That's why I exist. Because all my years I've been doing this, on Diane's show and everything, I convinced a lot of people, even before I even went to the continent, to go to the continent. I said there's a whole continent out there, and people took me, said, something, Carly, you're right. I went over to such and such, and I did really well. The American media wants to keep Black America, for the most part, focused on the 50 states inside America. That's how they contain us. And like I said earlier in the show, right? Now, since they can't contain us anymore, right? You got O'Shea Duke Jackson over in Uganda doing the dating show, and you got people doing all kinds of stuff, right? The narrative, what they define as Black America, right, is Martin Luther King, civil rights, Barack Obama, and everything else. This whole Pan-African movement is the oldest movement in Black American and African American history. It's 400 years old. It's old. The Pan-African movement and the repatriation in collective Africa is the oldest ideology in Black America. It predates civil rights. It predates integration. It predates everything, And so, therefore, what we're saying is, for the whole time, if you read my book, Journey to the Promised Land, right, Voyage of the Bark Azor, and I have a major film studio that wants to make it into a movie, Journey to the Promised Land, my novel. Okay, so I've been working on that. I'm working on that for the screenplay for that book, for that novel. But the whole thing is this: they want to always define Black America in proximity to white people. So on the whole, Black celebrities and everything like that, if they want to be on that red carpet when the award show, because that's what they live for, right? They have to tell what the white people say. You know, you're allowed to go to Ghana. They gave you a pass to go to Ghana for the year return. Okay, we'll give you a year return, right? But you think any person is going to get involved really with Zimbabwe, you know, and say, you know something, you know, we're going to invest in Zimbabwe, forget about the sanctions or ruffling feathers on that level? Of course not. Right now, South Africa is becoming toxic right now because there's growing tensions with somebody. You think any Black celebrity is going to host do an interview with Julius Malema? You know, let's be honest. Do you think any Black celebrity that sells his product to thing, even though they have every right to? Do you think not Kobe, excuse me, rest in peace. Do you think Shaquille O'Neal, you think any LeBron James, anybody, all his Black Lives Matter rhetoric, will he be able to go say, I support Julius Malema. Let's take the land back in South Africa. You think that'll ever happen? No. So this is a game we're playing here geopolitically. I remember the most powerful speech I ever seen in my life was when Mike Wallace, right, in 1996, right, interviewed Minister Farrakhan, right? And I had to play that back and say, because back then it was like this. Nigeria was only 35 years old. And after the Million Man March, Minister Farrakhan went to Nigeria. He went all over Africa. He met with Nelson Mandela and everything, right? And they labeled it a thug fest, grubbing for money. You know, Farrakhan's getting with the rough boys and everything. So anyway, what tripped people out was when Farrakhan went to Nigeria. The world was angered about it. The white people were angered by that. And Mike Wallace asked Mr. Farrakhan, "You went to Nigeria, the most corrupt country in the world." At the time, the United States was going to invade Nigeria because of what happened in Ngoli land with Ken Saro-Wiwa's execution, right? And President Abacha wasn't played by in the World Bank, IMF rules and stuff like that at the time, you know, the structural adjustment programs. So therefore, Nigeria was under attack. Why? Because it was a large Black country. You know, every day on the news, right? All you heard was Nigeria this, Nigeria that. And we were saying, why does the world hate Nigeria so? Because of what it represented. A strong, powerful, all-Black nation. At the same time, they were elevating South Africa as this rainbow nation. You know, if you want to talk about Africa, South Africa was a safe bet. And this is no diss of South Africa, you know, because we saw South Africa from a different light. But the world repackaged Mandela and South Africa as this rainbow nation, everything. And that's how we had to accept South Africa. We couldn't be like with the spirit of the nation, you know, the Zulus and the ANC war chants and stuff like that. All that was erased. Now South Africa was like kumbaya and everything. But like I said about Nigeria, Mr. Farrakhan said, look, Nigeria has its problems, right? But the United States at 200-something years just gave Black people the right to vote a few years ago. I was like, damn. And he said, America hasn't got its stuff together, but yet it wants to criticize Nigeria, a country only 35 years old. He said, let our people help those people get out of that situation, but you have no right. I'm not going to say let you criticize Nigeria. That was brotherhood right there. He said, and that was the end of it. That was America. After that interview, America stopped with its cease and desist all its freaking attacks on Nigeria. That's being our brother's keeper. You know, when Mr. Farrakhan did that thing on 60 Minutes, look it up. He said, let us Black people get our people out of that situation. Yeah, there's problems. Yeah, there's corruption. But tell me what country that's more corrupt than America. You stole land from Indians. You murdered millions of Africans that you brought here to these shores and whatnot, and you just barely gave us the right to vote a few years ago. So you ain't no position to talk about Nigeria. You know?
Okay.
Go ahead, Black Lion. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to add real quick. Like my mom watched that interview years ago. I watched it with her. I liked how he said that and said, "Yeah, you need to hush your mouth. You're in no position to talk about any other country." I like that he really did stand up for that, and then that's like I was going to say this real quick. I miss that Black unity. It's hard not seeing that anymore. Like when I watched Godfather of Harlem back in that era, to Bumpy Johnson and them, I liked how a lot of Black people, regardless if they were in the cartel or in the gang or not, they all unified. It's like, you're not messing with our community. You're staying away from us. You try anything to attack our community, we're coming after you. Stay in your lane, stay in your cities, and stay in your community. Stay away from us. We have got enough issues as it is. I miss that unity. I wish we had that back.
Yeah, with Black America, they tricked us into integration. That basically, everything. When you see all these people, these celebrities, they're always on these white venues, right?
Yeah.
How do we legitimize the Grammys? You know, and the Oscars. Oscars so white. Who cares about that film award? You know, maybe I'm missing something here. You know, you got. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say, like, Paul Mooney, may rest with the ancestors. One thing he said years ago in one of the stand-ups, he said, everything that's good and black, white people take it. We got Michael Jackson, they took him. They got Prince, they took him. James Brown, they took him. Oh, they give him back. Everything and when I saw, and you know something's really wrong with the black community, like, well, I'll say black celebrities to a certain degree. When you see Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart,
That's what I'm saying. And we're celebrating that. And that's what I'm trying to tell Moochie, right? That's what they're doing to the black man. They're putting them in dresses, skirts, and some everything, emasculating them, and stuff like this. They don't want a strong black man to say, look, this is like, okay, you want to give me a award or whatever like that, but I'm not going to go to your parties. I don't need to be in there, stuff like that. I got my family and my community to go back to. That's the type of black men we used to have back in the days.
I miss that.
But
let's pass it to O'Shea. Go ahead, O'Shea. Unmute yourself. O'Shea, we can't hear you. Get the collard green sandwich out your mouth. You can't, O'Shea, you got to get the collard green sandwich out your mouth. We can't hear you, brother. We can't hear you.
It's in Kampala.
O'Shea, we can't hear you, brother. You gotta put the collard green sandwich down, whatever you got going, put some get some more minutes on your Airtel.
Connect him to the phone lines in Kampala.
You gotta do something.
Yeah, we have to get the African infrastructure. We got
Kala, I was gonna push back a little bit, okay, until O'Shea comes on, then I can get off. But I was gonna push back. I mean, so I hear all this. Sometimes I hear all this stuff about like, that's what they. Why is it that we are the only group of people that we give so much power to others? Nobody, for the life of me, I don't believe there is somebody telling an African American rapper to say, put on a dress. This is what you're gonna do.
Well, somebody's doing it. Somebody's saying, put that damn dress on.
Kala, okay, Kala. If they're doing it to an African American rapper, there's rich tech guys from India here in the US and other people from China. Why are they not doing it to them? Why do they just do it to black people?
Well, Moochie, this is the thing, though. If you look at India and China, India is hosting the population of Africa as a nation. China is hosting the population of Africa as a nation. So it is easy as a nation to have that spirit of nationalism in which you could form policy around that, you could mobilize your diaspora, and you could shield yourself. But when you have that population of India splattered across almost 12 million square miles of land, Africa is about 9.5 times the size of India, almost 4 times the size of China. So think about that then with different nations and almost 3,500 tribes. So Africa's own colonialism lasted a little bit longer than India. India was independent in 1948. China also, it's just maybe Hong Kong. But again, you see the dynamics are a bit different.
Mono. I need you to answer something for me. You said you're an engineer, right? Fine.
Yes.
It's not making too much sense to me, okay? Because if you're talking about a population of about, say, African Americans, less than 50 million, right? 40, 50 million in the US, right?
And I'll say 40 million because you have to deduct the diaspora.
Hold on a second. I was talking about the African Americans in the US, okay? Okay. All right. So why is it that, because I can't remember the number exactly how many, but Indians are in the US, whatever. But all I was thinking is that you would think that people coming from a huge population, they'll be harder to control, to get into sync, right? Than African Americans that are monolithic and they're not like saying, oh, this one is a Hindu, this one is a Sikh, this one is this. So why are they not making these Indians put on dresses but they can do that to African American. I don't think anybody is doing.
I think the difference is that you have to understand that Indians have a country, they have a nation, they have land, they have a territory where they could feel safe. African Americans can have $1.8 trillion, but they don't have land, they don't have territory, so they exist within a superpower that actually absorbs them. So if you're a Nigerian and you have the same money as an African American, you're way better than an African American, because regardless, you know, you have a place of refuge, but African American doesn't have that. Then there's that knowledge gap also. Even if you're Nigerian, you're in America, and then you really don't have knowledge about something, you could go to Nigeria, you could form your own group, you could feel safe, you could have a community where you could discuss whatever you want to discuss, you could have your Pan-Africanism, and you could speak loud and clear. You know, but an African American trying to do that within America, it takes only a legislation within Congress to say you can't do this anymore.
Yeah,
you know, imagine that.
Mono, let me say something. Let me address this, right? This guy Ghost basically said Africa and America. Look, like I said, remember there's an old saying that says this town's not big enough for the two of us. You know, there's only could be one space. It's all about space, right? Space means like America is the manifest destiny of the white man. American space, right? That's anything justified. They massacred Native Americans. They took land from Mexico. They enslaved the African. They made the African a slave based on solely on his race. This is the white man's space. Even when we advance, right? Like Barack Obama, right? So like all the civil rights and everything, that wasn't done for us. That was done for them. Them to say, you know something? In our white country, we're gonna give black people rights. Let me tell you something about power, right? Real power is not given. Nobody can give you any rights and everything. Real rights is taken by force, by blood. You know, and so therefore, Black America, we exist in the white man's space on paper. The 14th Amendment, the Emancipation Proclamation.
Let me ask you a question, Carla.
So we are what they say we are.
Let me ask you a simple question, Carla.
Right.
You as a man, okay? No talking about anybody else. You as Carla, as a man. Do you see any scenario where somebody is going to tell you to put on a dress and you will do it? Because me, I cannot.
Let me say, Moochie, let me say this, right?
Answer for yourself.
Hold on, let me say this, right? It does not matter. 99% of black men are not going to do that, right? But just like during the minstrel days, they're going to find some seller. You know a good movie you ought to watch? The movie Bamboozle with Spike Lee. You know, they're always going to find people that's going to sell out, right? Or the movie Hollywood Shuffle. Like we dealt with this stuff. White people need to see us in this subordinate way, either buffoons as gangbangers or something like that. This is what they put out there deliberately, you know? And so the bottom line, even though it's a psychological warfare that a lot of our African brothers and sisters are not even conscious of, right? When we see certain commercials we see on TV, when you see a commercial, when you see a fine black woman, right? And she's like, I like hooking my husband. Then you see this geeky, nerdy white guy in the background, right? That's a direct shot at black men. That's basically, for the longest time, they're telling black women, your men are not worthy for you. And so therefore, to aspire to something, right, you basically have to look at a white man as your husband. You see all these interracial commercials. This is not done because they believe in it. It's done as taking a shot, psychological shot at black men. When you see black men in gangster rap videos, when you see black men getting arrested by the police, complaining about the police, you know, complaining about police brutality and everything like that. Black men are getting killed. Black men, it's all black men are no good, or deadbeat dads. All this is all psychological warfare that basically breaks the mind of black people, so we don't think to defend ourselves. They have to have this, right? Because if we were like we were in the 60s, when we were talking about black power, most of us were our women. Our women were not running around.
And hold on. We got O'Shea. You there, O'Shea? You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I heard Brother Kala, on his usual rants. Shout out to the brother. But thank you, man, for having me on. And obviously, you were one of my inspirations, you and Woody Meyer for me moving here. I just caught the tail end of the first part of Kala's conversation when he was talking about, what sort of African Americans would be able to thrive here in Africa. And obviously, I know the citizenship thing is controversial, but this is what I've seen from my interactions, from living in Africa and African Americans who come here. I think what you're going to see is if you just give citizenship away to people, and I'm not saying that they don't deserve it, but just so many African Americans just don't understand how hard it is here. It's very difficult, but it's not the United States. And also when you're here, the kind of African Americans I come across are typically the ones that are like, I don't know, like anti the United States. So they have very little assets in America. And what I noticed from the other communities that are here, like the Chinese, or, I was recently in Nigeria, I was recently in Rwanda, and in Kenya, those people have a lot of infrastructure from their home country. So it leads me to also understand that the African Americans that would be coming here, number one, if you're coming by yourself, you're in a lot of trouble, unless you've been coming here for, I would have to say, sometimes, and even Africans themselves leave and come back and leave and come back and leave and come back and then leave and come back, and almost every trip, you have to go through who's legit, who isn't legit. You learn a little bit more, and then you have to have a process of saving money, what industry you're going to be in, but also whatever group of African Americans come here, you need to have some kind of investment that ties you to the States. I don't know if that's a group investment. I have Brigham, for example. They have SACCOs here in East Africa. So people that have like 30 or 40 people that contributed to a fund, and that money does something every month to achieve, a certain objective for that money. And those are the kind of people that make it here. I think if you're the kind of person that, you have nothing tied in America, that you have, that you're doing very well there, and you come here, you end up coming here and you do very poorly. And that's just that's the reality. Even Africans from the diaspora who are not tied to their new country coming here, they fail. And another thing too, also, is even if you understand, let's say Swahili or Luganda, or how things work, which is important in cultures, but you're not a business person, and that's another thing. Do you know how to find talent? Do you know how to develop talent? Because you're playing all of those roles simultaneously. Do you know how to take something from nothing and make it something? That's a process of building, and a lot of people don't have that at the patience and don't have that skill. So somebody says, why is he so long-winded? Well, I'm just explaining why I think it's very difficult. So for those people who want to do something like that, you're looking at a 5 or 10 year process. And if you don't think that you can do it, I would suggest, don't come, because it takes that long minimum just to get off the ground. It took me like 19 times coming here to get where I'm at today. So it's more lucrative, but if you're not here, you're not going to do very well. You have to know how the markets work. You have to know people. You have to get out there and I hate to say this, you have to get screwed over. You're going to have a bank account, a business bank account, and those processes.
Also, bro, take your time, man. Don't let these. Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, and it takes time to even get work permits processed. I mean, I took 6 to 7 months just to go through Interpol, because the processes also in the States are easier, and obviously, you got to go through the corruption. You see, you know how they do, and you need to get your business account set up. You need to get an account set up in the local currency and in the U.S. dollar account. I know the Africa Free Trade Agreement, for example, is supposed to stop a lot of that, because Africa loses so much money in currency exchanges. But to be honest, I was in Kenya with Woody Maya for the New Year's, and I was, if I'd have took my Ugandan shillings with me, I would have lost 15% of my money versus having the U.S. dollar. So Africa's still having that problem. So you need a U.S. dollar account. There's just so many things that you need to have over here, and then you can do it, but it takes a lot of patience, and people are not going to be at the same level of professionalism. People are not going to be at the same level of culture. Like we had an audition for the Pan African Dating Show today. We had 25 people that were supposed to come, and only 8 came. So, I mean, I think that, you have to understand that you're growing with a certain industry and a market, and you're growing with people who are developing also as certain communities, and also as things get better. But if you don't have anything that ties you, and also we need good leadership in the diaspora. We need diasporan people with good leadership, not people who run their mouth, but we need diasporan leadership. These people have good leadership in these communities here, from the Lebanese community and Chinese community. They have great leadership. So the person that comes in and sacrifices, they set up the funds, They set up the things. They set up all of these things. A lot of African Americans talk a lot, but they don't want to come in and do that work. And you need that kind of stuff. You need somebody that's going to host people that, you know, when they come, and it's a thankless task. And, you know, nobody likes it when you have to, you know, go pick up somebody from Entebbe Airport and house them and all that. But you need somebody to do that. You need somebody that makes that investment. And unfortunately, some people will have to do that if you want to see the diaspora be successful. Who's going to be the person that's going to be handling the bullshit when people get in fights, or somebody gets pregnant, or somebody, you know, somebody talks about this person? You got to have leadership to do that. And we don't have people who don't really want to do that. And that's another problem that we have here. And that's all not financial. You need to be able to resolve issues between people from the diaspora when it occurs. So unless we have that, we could talk all day about being in Africa, but you know, we got to be able to talk about achieving those things, and then also work as a bridge with the investment authorities. What are we doing there? You know, certain developments in communities, there's skills that they have that we don't have. How do we partner those things and reach a larger market? And so those are the issues that I'm facing here every day. And this also want to say this one thing: you can have a lot of money here in Africa and not get anything done, because Africa gets in the way. For example, I always talk about that. So, you know, today Africa got in the way, and so power goes out. You know, you have the roads. You have your day is shorter. For example, in the States, you can go to 24-hour fitness or LA Fitness 24 hours a day. But one appointment, because we're getting ready to move into a nice office space, the Kingana team. That appointment could take 5 hours because the person didn't bring the key to unlock the office space. and you're there all day, and then you're going back in all traffic, and then you're stuck.
I'll give you another one, O'Shea. Trying to set up a bank account. If you don't know anyone at that bank, you could be at that bank all day just trying to set up a regular bank account.
Right. I have a question for O'Shea, please, if I may. O'Shea, I have seen quite a bit of your content. I like it, but I have a question for you on your dating show. I know you're operating a business, right? So any business goal is to make money, the bottom line. Now, here's my question as an African, okay? Do you feel any kind of responsibility in terms of the content that you're going to show, that comes off your show? Because, you know, my only concern is that I don't want to see, there's a Maury show in the US, okay? The Maury show could make money if it goes to Africa, but that's wretchedness, okay? And that's not what we're trying to promote with our people. So how are you, what kind of filters, or I mean, is there any framework that you have so that, you know what, we don't end up showing Africa the worst of us, or the worst of us in the Western society?
I mean, I think let me just be honest with you. I produce about 20% of the show, and the 80% of the show is produced by Simran. And so they know the culture a little bit better than me here. And so what I can say is, you know, I try to do the best I can. But I mean, I've seen Big Brother. I've seen shows way worse than what I'm doing. I think we do a good job of keeping it respectable. But I mean, these are young people also, right? They're not the same generation as me. And what you want to see in Africa is not what they want to see in Africa. So I think that what you would, if somebody like yourself and people like that, it would behoove you to start your own particular sort of show that you can produce it to show it in the way that you would like to do so. And I think that the way that me and you see the world might not be the way that the youth are seeing the world. And so that's what you're seeing on my show. You're seeing how they view themselves in their generation and their time, just like how we lived in our time when we were young, right? So that's what you're dealing with.
But okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Just one last comment. Fair enough. But that's, you know what, that's very capitalistic, and that's how people would explain things in the US, right? Because that's like it becomes a race to the bottom, right? As long as it makes money, let's say it's okay. Because here's the issue. When you look at other societies, right? There are some things that you know damn well that they would not play out, say in the Middle East. They would not allow anything to just go out in the air because somebody can do that.
What about Bollywood? What about Bollywood? They got dating shows and stuff like that. You know, they do the same thing, you know?
No. I'm not talking about dating shows, Carla. I'm just talking because when I just watched 1 or 2 episodes, right? And I saw these young girls and this young guy talking about threesomes, talking about, I mean, that just didn't seem African to me. I mean, that just didn't seem African. But maybe I'm lost. Maybe I'm remembering the Africa growing up, and it's different now.
I mean, let me just say this. I'm there watching the things as it comes out, as it's live, and I can't believe what some of these young people are saying myself, right? But we're talking about, we're living in a time where this is how these people are expressing themselves. I mean, if you go to Nairobi, for example, let me just say this: if you could see the King Ganda Fashion Awards that we went to, the A. Bryant's Fashion Awards. Let me just say this and be off the record. I didn't think that if you guys saw that video, press 1. We hosted, we did the videography for that event. It was a red carpet event. It was about a $500,000 event. Did you guys see the number of homosexual men that was there? That had nothing to do with me. I know that y'all want to believe. Let me just say this. I know that y'all want to believe every time that something happens in Africa and American is involved. It's here. All right. It's been here. So, and the red carpet is an example of that, you know? So every time I see, like, when we have something here, that's why I don't really produce a lot of content myself on camera anymore for King Ghana, because, you know, every time you want to do something for the diaspora, you know, you kind of get blamed. And then when you come out and see something like that, you see that, you know, the homosexuality was vibrant that night, you know, and then obviously that it will say, oh, you know, you African Americans are the ones that are bringing this stuff over to the continent of Africa. The reality is these people are listening to Cardi B, they're listening to Nicki Minaj, they're influenced by these people, and maybe you were not influenced by them, but that's what they're saying. And whatever they capture in the date, it's not to make Africa look bad. It's to capture what's really going on, what they're thinking. They're the ones that said it. This is what they want to do. So I'm not going to edit it out because, you know, you feel like they shouldn't say it. And it's not, because even look at the Go Back to Africa episode. That was a very wholesome episode. I mean, we try to do things like that too. But if the person starts talking and that's what their request is, what are we supposed to do? Say, wait a minute, you're not being African.
Sounds good. Thanks, O'Shea. Thanks for your response, man. Sounds good to me.
You say, O'Shea have the license to do this in Uganda, so who am I to, you know, to criticize what is it doing? As long as positive, it's positive and everything. O'Shea, is a dating show, are they dating, having like a boyfriend or girlfriend, or is they leading to marriage, or are they just white cat in the jungle who just bubbling up just among themselves as a youth who just dance in the swimming pool? What are they really?
Well, let me say this. I believe that you know, we've had the first couple match, my brother, my friend from Sacramento. But let me just say this, in the defense of what's going on with that particular dating show. The diaspora needs something like that to bring people together. And obviously everybody can't make everybody happy, but the Pan-African dating show is the first and the only thing of its kind in the Black world, because nobody wants to put their money up to do it. So that's why I did it, right? And I never asked anybody for it. I'll lose money on it. Every episode cost me like $1,500. But the thing is that we wanted to have a medium where the diaspora can interact. And not only are we going to do it for, you know, the dating, but we'll do it for food. We'll do it also for business. But you need somebody that will produce that stuff just to let people know, okay, here's where we're different, here where we're the same. And if we don't have that medium and that kind of production, where we could be talking about these diaspora discussions all day, or what we feel, instead of what we're going to actually do. And so there are going to be opinions that are going to come out. And, you know, we have a Black History Month episode coming out. They got Ghana Independence Day coming out. We have Africa Day episodes coming out. So, you know, some people don't like it, but this is what brings people together. And that's what we're going to continue to do. And for those of you who don't like it, what I would suggest you to do, instead of being a Monday morning quarterback, you get up and you come here and you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in the market like I do, and then you do it. Otherwise, I think you would be good by just, you know, getting your fingers and getting blistering, because the Black world has too many commentators that don't really want to do anything and run their mouth. That's what happens. So the doers, such as myself, are always going to get criticized, because when you're talking shit, I'm going to be out here actually doing what you won't do. So if you don't like it, you know, that's how it is.
I'm not criticizing you, bro. I like.
Oh no, not you personally. I'm talking about the people in the chat.
As long the money.
He's talking about you, Mike Bushmeat, Mike Olawale. He's saying that O'Shea's bringing the hood to Uganda. O'Shea is nothing but elevate. I was on his show featured 2 years ago when I went to Liberia on his show and whatnot, and I really got a huge following off of that and everything like that. He's always with the Kinganda show, if you can't get it right, show the positive light of Africa, right? He doesn't have to do this, And the bottom line, the fact that he's we're having dialogue. Let me tell you something, folks, right? The most important thing for the black race is to have dialogue, right? If we don't have dialogue, even when we're fighting, that's saying that, look, even though Kid Raoul and I may be going back and forth with each other and everything like that, I still see him as a brother. I still see Moochie as a brother. I still see D-Dice as a brother, everything like that, because we're all part of the same thing. We're finally coming to the realization, right? After all said and done, that yes, something, we've been fighting this for centuries, right? But this idea of race is real. It's not going anyplace. Perfect example. A lot of people are shocked right now, and I want more people in the black media coverage, right? One of the heads in the European Union from France and everything described Europe as the Garden of Eden and Africa as the jungle. You think about what he's saying. He said, we created the Garden of Eden. We got everything figured out. Europe is a Garden of Eden. We cannot let it become the jungle by letting Africans flood in here, right? So he's calling our mother continent the jungle. Anything goes in the jungle and everything. And so therefore, this is what I'm saying. This is what they think about us after all these years. And because they think about us like that, that translates to racist policies, right? If the Europeans have enough propaganda about Africa, like I said, I like watching Kidada channel because I see a beautiful part of Uganda and everything like that. I love seeing modern young Africans out and about and doing their thing. They're coming up on their cell phones. They're going to school, going to college. They're making business moves and everything. I wish that all the best. I love seeing these young Africans conversing with each other, dating and stuff like that. That's beautiful, right? That's beautiful. But the lost my train of thought. But the thing is, what we don't see enough of is that. So when we have people that's giving us positive images, right? Modern positive images. Not everything in Africa should be about war, death, destruction, and everything, right? If O'Shea's doing the thing, of course his channel guy has to make money, right? Because we don't see that. Tell me anything in the Western media. Have you ever seen a positive image? To this day, 2023, I have never seen a modern African city on the U.S. television. Never. Once. The only time I see modern Africa is when I went to back in the 90s. I used to go read newspaper. I get a clip. I get a screenshot of Lagos. I'll be all excited. Oh, man, we got cities in Africa. Or I see Nairobi and Kampala when I watch old movies and whatnot. I was excited when I saw progress in Africa. But in the mainstream media, right, when you go to Africa, right, when they talk about Africa, there's always a village. They skip off the city. I mean, Kenyans are ridiculous, made a skit about this, right, where the Kenyans went to the rural parts of Europe, right? They bypassed the cities, and they said the local people here, they're so primitive. They went to the rural parts of Germany and whatnot. And they said they're primitive people and they're primitive thing. They reversed it, but that's a running joke. So in other words, basically, the African, right, is have any modernity to the world. To the world, right? Even to Black African Americans, Africa means the people in the rural villages. Nothing against the rural villages, right? That's Africa. But the Africans living in the modern world, right, who are doing banking, financing, education, that's all for nothing. Because the only part of Africa we want to see is what Europeans. That's called the safariization of Africa. Not the civilization of Africa. The safariization. We see Africa through Europe-centric lenses. So when you see a modern dating show, Pan-Africans, oh my God, but yet they do these dating shows all over the world.
All over, Big Brother Niger, like it's even they be like damn near having sex on the show. Let me also say this real quick, because being over here, I know like you might consider yourself to be African, but I know that I'm a foreigner in many ways. Bazungu or Mazungu, as they call you here in East Africa. We did like 70 episodes, at least in 2021 during COVID. We did about 50. We beat NTV Seeds of Gold, and I spent $30,000 that year, which we didn't get almost any of that back. Going out through the different sectors, if it was poultry, if it was piggery, if it was rabbits, We went as far as UHURU, as far as Sport Portal. And we produced so many episodes, got farmers grants and things like that. And it's funny because when people, when you're getting 1,000 or 2,000 views for a video for something like that, nobody cares. And so when you realize that you were trying to make that sort of impact, and again, I'm taking out all my nice stuff out there. We're a really good production studio here. I think we're one of the better ones in the country. I think that my content reflects on the Kingana channel. It might not get all the views, but it's highly produced, well produced. You didn't get out, nobody supports you. Nobody gives you any money to keep that going. I don't even ask for any money. So you come to a realization that people are just not interested in something like this. It's the diaspora believe it's mundane, and they have a negative connotation towards farming. And you just feel like, and if for African Americans who've never farmed before, they're not interested. So why continue to produce farming content on your channel when people are not going to watch it, and you're spending $4,000 a month? So we're like, well, okay, well, how else can we engage the diaspora then? I mean, because Mike Olawale in the comment section not doing nothing but living with his mama, right? So
he's bush meat.
He not doing anything. He's a bum. So but anyway, so then how do you engage? Because you're trying to keep the diaspora engaged, because I don't even really need to have that dating show channel at all. But it's like, okay, maybe we can match make, maybe we can have some fun, because we see Cut in Jubilee, they have 10, 11 million subscribers. There's nothing like that for the Black world. So let's put the Black world together and see if the Black world can come up with something that makes us, Africanized in a Black dating show where, it could be a little bit more professional. And, the people that don't like it, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but
Hey,
I'm gonna keep doing it. Yes.
Oshay, let me just say something, man. Hey, congratulations for employing Africans. Okay, my family employs a lot of people in Africa, so I'm familiar with business. So all I want to say is congratulations. You employ a lot of brothers and sisters on the continent, and that's something to applaud. That's what, for me personally, that's what I wish more African Americans or Africans in diaspora we can do: employ our people, give them jobs so they can have money to have a place to sleep at, have food on the table.
No, let me say this. They employing me also. Like we have to, I don't want to get any congratulations for, giving somebody a job, but like our payroll is high. I think that we're able to try to impact the community and try to reach a larger market. I think that's the goal, so that the people that work for us, they also have ownership in what they're trying to do, whether it's their personal life. We have people that bought land, they have small projects and things like that. So I think that's the whole goal. Instead of saying, oh, well, you're bringing jobs. What's the development that we're bringing into the community that we have? So that's what we're trying to do. I appreciate you for saying that. But what we need to do is, if we don't get into, like, look at Young, Rich, and African on Netflix. You had Zari, you had Diamond Platinums. That was shot in South Africa. That was the best one, the best shows on Netflix. White folks got all that money. So the thing is, who would you rather do it? I'd rather the Nigerian brother do it, or somebody from the African American diaspora do it. At least the money gonna stay with us. Because if you don't do it, they gonna do it. They did it in hip hop. So you can say it was a terrible show, but it was one of the best shows on Netflix. Even African Americans were reviewing that show. So that's the thing that we're going to talk about. DSTV here is big in Africa. And a lot of times what you're seeing in the content space in movies, there was only one film in Netflix that hit Netflix from Lukman Ali in Uganda ever. So what's happening is a lot of these African creators can't even sell to the direct market into diaspora. They're selling their stuff to DSTV or Pearl Magic, who's then selling, and they're not even getting any money. So we need to be able to open up the markets, let our guys come in from wherever they are, Black Britain, Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, to one big diaspora movie market and film market, and produce shows for our people all across the world and keep it in house. That's the only way. If we don't produce things for our people, the whites are going to do it. They've been doing it, and we're going to be out of business. Go ahead.
Yeah, O'Shea, you're absolutely 100% right.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Shout out to Blackest Night. I've witnessed time and time again O'Shea put out videos on business opportunities in Africa, and people don't watch. The moment he puts out videos of African women brothers are pinned to the screen.
No, look, Kala, the business, look, O'Shea is making his money. As money is money. I'm not criticizing him at all. He's making his money in the continent. I think he's been coming to Uganda for a very long time. He's investing in such a, he said most Ugandans, he just 20% is doing. The other ones are being done by Uganda. See, because he give the power to the Ugandans that are from there, to run it. You understand? And that's good, man. For me, once money is coming in, why do you really live on this earth? It's to make money. And money, that's our money. It's all about business. Because things are happening. Actually, he's right. Big Nigeria is something, people are making money. The guys are investing their money in that space, and they're making a hell out of money. So I think he did what he had to do. He saw an opportunity that he think, he get it. As time goes on, the whole show will get better. I think he just started it. Invest a lot of money into it, and it's making a lot of return. I would like to.
No, I'm not making any money off that show. I'm losing money. It just started. I mean, but
yeah, that said you just started it. The way I say, but it's a business. For me, anything that can bring money.
Brother, my Nigerian brother, I believe you might be from Nigeria, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. You're from that. Yes. So, brother, I'm sorry. I went to business school. I have to depart from this thought to just say money is money. Not all money is good money. Okay. I don't. You know what? Ultimately, or anybody else has got the right to pursue whatever they need to pursue. That's their right. Okay. All I'm saying is, for example, I'll give you an example. I don't go to strip clubs. There's a proliferation of strip clubs in the U.S. You can make money with such kind of businesses. But
my brother,
wait a second.
People are making money in Nigeria on strip club.
Wait a second.
Money in Nigeria on that what you just said now. You know what I'm saying? Guys in Nigeria who are driving Range Rover, 2022, 2023 Range Rovers are making money on strip club in Nigeria. They have a bar. Hold on, man. You see, when you talk about business, I understand. Not everybody will go into. Look, there are different type of business. It depends the kind of business you want to go to. In Holland, people are making money on red light. You understand me? In other places. So don't let's. I cannot go. Look, not everybody will go to your office job. You understand me? Not everybody will go into.
Okay, let me ask you this. Where will you stop? Let me ask you this. Do you think that if I can bring drugs to Nigeria or any country, it's just because it's money I should do that? I don't know. Where does it stop? Where do you say, okay?
Moochie, I got a question for Moochie Kinola.
Yes.
The whole thing is this. Like, I'm looking at Mike Ola Goofy Wally in the chat room, right? First of all, he says, I'm 60 years old. I'm not 60. I just had my 55th birthday. My wife is 36, right? Yeah, she's a full-grown woman. She's way more mature. She's educated, way more mature than anybody I know, and everything like that. So stop trying to make me seem like the old man with a young African wife. No, it don't work like that. So stop that. Anyway,
why you hating on you?
I mean, everybody hates my guts. Do you know my Facebook account is gone now? Somebody hacked into my Facebook.
I don't remember that.
No, but somebody did it again. The other one I had, Jimmy Zion. Completely gone. Somebody hacked into my thing, self-authenticated, took my Facebook thing. I had no access to it. So good. I'm on Facebook, right? You people won. All these people that hate my guts, they won. They got rid of my account. All that work I did and everything that is done. Right in time for Black History Month. I can't do my Black History Month like I used to do every day, every year, every February. Anyway, point I'm trying to make is this: people like Michael Omawale, right? Mm-hmm. They want to have this image, right? They everything is, like I said earlier, just like an hour ago, right? To Moochie, right? Everything Black America, right, is negative to the world, right? And then when everybody instead of everybody saying,
Kala, no, Kala, be somebody, be reasonable, okay? No, when you say everything, that is very wrong. That
I
is
know, but
wait a second.
Moochie, let me finish what I'm saying.
No, but don't say, because you know what? You are insinuating that other people take whatever African Americans do to be bad, which is not true.
No, I'm saying, Moochie, let me finish what I'm saying. Bro. You're gonna have to put a chance of fire, right? What I'm saying is this though. The world, right? And like Akon made a comment about Black African Americans, right? Completely all the talent Black Americans, everything he knew that there was a certain amount of people, white people around the world, people that hate Black America, right, are going to resonate towards, they put their pants down and everything. Forget about people like J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, The Weeknd, all these people do top-rate shows and everything, professional and everything like that. But he really, and people are like, yeah, that's what they do. And what happens is this, though. So a lot of Africans, like Mike O, have bought into that idea of trying to denigrate African American for some reason. We're the gangsters and everything. Even though Nigeria has gangsters, every culture has gangsters and criminals. Nigeria got the 419 boys, everything like that. The thing is, though, they have never had a Jewish community or whoever in their people saying, let's put those people in film or radio and stuff like that, make them the face of your culture. That's the difference. That's the face, becomes the face of our culture, right? Now, what he's trying to say is, right, is that why are you doing this to us and whatnot, We want to keep this squeaky clean image of us. There's people like Big Brother Nigeria. There's stuff that goes on, Mike.
Right.
You guys aren't the moral model minority that white people are gonna find out that you got thugs too, that you got freaks and ratchet girls too. You got all the stuff too. You got people who date and everything.
Bro, I mean,
it's out the box, nigga.
Man. Let me say something about. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Kala. Let me tell you one thing, right? There was this place in Abuja. It was registered as a restaurant, right, where you can come and eat and everything, right? Behind the scene, man, strip club it was booming there. This guy is making in a month, he can easily bank 20 million naira. 20 million naira in a month.
That's like $20,000.
About 20. I think
$200,000. About 200.
No, that's like $60,000.
Yeah, it's a rough, but that's a $40,000 to $50,000 in a month.
Yeah.
Inside. So people are making money in different ways. So I understand Michi. Michi want different. Do you think people doing baby Nigeria? Do you know how much are they getting in?
Already.
Do you know how much? Do you know how much baby Nigeria?
They're doing. I can't tell you.
Do you know how much baby Nigeria is coming in? The guy those guys that invested in that business.
Those guys are rich.
O'Shea, the strip clubs in Nigeria off the chain. I don't do strip clubs.
No, listen. Let me just say this, right?
I don't do strip clubs in Abuja. Attached to
we gonna go when I see. We were supposed to go when I was in Lagos. You didn't call me because you was acting shady. But let me just say this real quick, right? I could understand a brother like me if I came as a Black American. I know I have limitations on what I can do in Africa. I know I'm supposed to do a whole lot of good things, but I know there's limitations on what I can do. And if you see my show, it would be a lot different if my staff ran it by themselves and I wasn't a part of it. But now, I just want people to understand. I'm 40, Ward 40, I'm about to be 42. Dynast Amir was a year under me, okay? Obviously, some of the things that these young ladies are saying, or some of the people are saying or talking about, hey man, the African youth, they're more liberal, especially in I'm even seeing again, like I said, with the LGBT thing here. Like I don't know what if y'all don't ever go to some of these events or some of these like blankets and wines, you would be surprised what you see here. And I was even scared to put the whole fashion awards thing up because I don't want anybody to think I was trying to promote a certain agenda. But that stuff is here. Girls with the booty shorts and going out there like they got half naked. Like, are you serious? The weaves and all of that. Like, it's out here, man. You know what I mean? Like, real talk. It's just as bad as the States in some cases.
Okay, it's out there, but Africa is huge. It's not in most African countries. I believe it's in those countries where there's a huge white influence. So you're talking about like Kenya,
bro. What are you talking about, bro? Listen, bro. Do you wait, hold on, wait, Kyle. Let me deal with the guy real quick. But are you living in Africa right now, or where you living at, bro? Where are you living at?
I'm living in the States. I was in Africa. I just came back in December for 3 months. I was in Africa. I was in Zambia. I was in Mozambique. I was in Zimbabwe. I didn't see all this gay stuff you're talking about.
Man, listen, bro. Look,
I'm telling you. You asked me. I'm telling you. That's what I'm from.
So you don't see it, right? But maybe because I think also the sort of the industry that I might be in and all this stuff. I was in Rwanda. I was in Kenya. I've been all over Africa. I have a work permit here. I'm in Africa more than most Africans in the diaspora. So much so that if you need help in certain parts of stuff, Africans ask me. Everything that you can see in America, you can see it here, especially someplace like Nigeria, especially someplace like Zimbabwe, or especially someplace like South Africa. I'm just letting you know. Now, I do my best not to display as bad as it could be, obviously out of the respect, but this is how young people are living their lives, man. They're not the same. We're not in the same generation, bro. That's what me and you sound like you might be my brother's generation or my generation, or might be a little bit older. The way that we see things is not how the way that these young people are seeing things. You know what I mean? I don't have no girls getting butt naked on the show or nothing like that. I mean, I have seen some of them Nigerian pornography movies on accident. So I mean, they got that going too in Africa, by the way. Just so y'all know. Yeah. But
that's
just so y'all know,
money for good money.
no. Let me say this. But we want to make it more cultural, also, and we're open to those suggestions because we want it to be a really great show that can hit everybody. That's why the Go Black Africa episode was pretty good. Like I have people emailing
I
want to bring.
I watched that. Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and we want y'all. So for y'all, look, y'all give me the ideas. Y'all can come through. I'll pick you from the airport. You know what I'm saying? Help us. You know what I'm saying? We need the Pan African world to help. You know, help us so we can give you what you need, what you guys need.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. You know, Oshe, I appreciate your response.
Mitchell, where you from? Mitchell, where you from?
Wait a second. Because
where
a lot of times,
Mitchell?
you know what?
Where you from?
Wait a second. A lot of times, as Black people, we confuse having going back and forth with hatred, with this and that. Is when all we want is just to build each other up. You know what I mean? It's nothing about it's nothing personal. But you know, the thing is, you know what? Like if any community has to grow, any society has to grow, we have to have that those ideas of self-reflection and dealing with things within ourselves, right? So that ultimately we don't go out there and project to everybody else something that maybe we are not. And then turn around and cry and say, "Oh, this, oh, that." That's all it is.
Mitchell, let me tell you.
No, I understand. I'll take it personal. You're a brother. You're a good brother. You're explaining yourself.
Mitchell, let me tell you something. You know, me and Kala, we're kind of like the same range of age. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something, Mitchell. When I was growing up, inside the 80s, late 70s, 80s, JJ Good Time was in the TV. You know what I'm saying? You know, down the sides. In Nigeria today, I have friends who build clubs, and these clubs are making big money. They have girls like hooters dancing in stages, right? When these are guys who came from Japan, right? The guy built this house for his personal house before. He turned the big mansion into like a club. These guys are driving Lamborghini Onos. These guys are driving Bentleys. These guys are living. You want to tell me that money is not money? Do you know how much you invest in that money? My brother, which is
brother,
look,
oh, you're telling me, brother, I have friends.
So what I'm trying to tell you,
that have those cars in Zimbabwe, okay? Listen, I have friends that have those cars in Zimbabwe, Maybachs, Bentleys, and all you're talking about.
But do you know how they make their money? Do you know how they make their money?
They are free to do whatever business they want to do, but let me tell you something. You see, let me tell you something now, okay?
If you said it,
wait. Let me tell you something. Wait. You know what, brother? You keep saying money, and this is the thing that we hear a lot about Nigeria. Okay, that everybody loves money. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk like this. Okay,
I'm not a reverend father.
No, wait. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you.
You come to say money. What money you looking for? Do you think that will take?
Wait.
What do you think?
Not wait. Money through by any means necessary. That's what I mean.
But as long you don't kill nobody, as long you're making your money, is being legalized.
Listen to you. You're saying as long as you don't kill anybody. If you sell drugs, they're gonna kill people. It's
Let me. Can I say this? This is real quick, Brother Colin. Look, as a Black American, one thing you will never find me doing is building those strip clubs, because I'm not about to get fucked up out here. Because I know that I don't even do that back home. So if I don't do that to the women back home in my community, I damn sure ain't gonna do that here in this community. So
Exactly.
like that's the thing. So now let me just say, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
O'Shea, let me just give you. Let me just let you know this, right? Having a strip club or having a club whereby the guests are dancing like hooters, whatever, those guys are making money out of. Those guys are making money
I believe it, bro.
You understand me? So it's not about. I'm not the one that do it, but it's a guy. I have friends who came from Japan that spend their. They build their personal house, but they're trying to how to survive. They turn their money into making money, and they're living large. You
But
understand?
okay, but listen, that's fine. They're living life.
You know,
The point is this.
Kidola, I want to ask you a question, right?
Let me follow something. Wait a
let me
second.
get in here and ask Kidola a question, right?
No, wait a second. There's people, they are guys, okay? Now, I don't want to be personal and be so specific, okay? We have got brothers from Africa that take women from their own countries and take them to Europe and they prostitute them for money. You understand? It's a slippery slope. We can't wait. We can't just say.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
Wait. We cannot just say making money as long as they don't kill people. Because you gotta have you gotta have morals. You gotta have standards. You gotta care about the next person. We are on a Pan-African chat show, right? So we're talking about Pan-African. That means I have to protect the woman that's next to me. That I'm not even living.
I agree.
Let me say it. Let me get a word in edgewise, brothers. Check this out. Here's the problem, right? Nobody not understand what African Americans feel, right? Mike O is going crazy eating his bushmeat right now. Nothing against bushmeat peanuts, but he's basically saying that we're bringing degenerate culture. Do you think African Americans went to Abuja and set up strip clubs and whatnot? No, or that stuff exists all over the world. It's something that Africans got to get out of, right? You're not perfect. We know that. We accept you, And the Bible says if you want to be a brother, you got to make allowances for your neighbor's flaws, right? Your neighbor is not going to do everything you want. He's going to pitch you off. He's going to like this, but you got to know how to deal with that, right? What it is they create this image of African Americans are just so bad and everything, and we're just so model minority. How's that model minority working out for you, Mr. Wally? Nigerians getting kicked out of every country in the world right now. Dubai said, man, y'all sold us on this idea that y'all so good and everything, and they say, man, we look at the cost, whatnot, what y'all doing, y'all scamming, y'all gotta go, So let's work on building Africa instead of putting on airs, right? You getting mad at strip clubs is just putting on airs. They exist.
Can I say that I want to build on that? I never talk about the publicly, but what Brother Collar is saying is right, especially being an African American. Obviously, I don't think you don't have the same problems or the same hurdles that you would be as being a Nigerian moving around in Africa. But you have to fight so much of you're there doing something degenerate, or and then whatever you're trying to do, it's looked down upon, or it's almost nullified, and whatever you are trying to do, if somebody doesn't like it, then obviously you're taking that degenerate culture from your community. Now, I'm a person that I went to college. I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I'm a medical doctorate degree, so I'm not a degenerate. In the country, I'm top 1 to 2% of all earners in the United States. So I'm going to put that out there. So when I come here, I'm not a degenerate person, but I'll have to defend myself and my community, and the people that produced me and fought for me were not degenerate people. We've and same thing with Africans. And here's the one thing that I realized: I don't even listen to those arguments, because so many people that when you come across many Africans, they appreciate you for what you're trying to do, and that's the main thing. Again, we spend so much time in these meaningless, sort of like with this and that, or between the diaspora. And instead of just looking at, look, we got to start somewhere. What can we do to make it better? And and obviously, what I do feel for some of the African brothers that's talk like this, I believe that they feel like they're on a higher moral ground than we are as a people. And maybe that could be true to them. We all, as individuals, believe that our group is going to be superior. We may not want to say it, but we're going to believe that, right? But I'm just going to say this: if I have to show up to where you're from, and I'm seeing several things that I might see in my community, then what it just shows me is that we all Black people, right? And we all have the same struggles and things like that. And and I do my best to try to point Africa in a positive image. Do you know how many times I've been scammed here? How many times I have problems here? How many times I've been taken advantage of here? How many times I've been fucked over here? You've never heard me make a video about it in 5 years. Because what's going to happen if you talk about your true experiences here? Oh, well, you need to go back home. You need to leave Africa then. As soon as you say something that let me finish, brother. Let me finish, brother. As soon as you say something, you're being very honest. A lot of Africans in the diaspora are Africans. Some people here will agree, but they don't want to hear it. It's offensive, right? Whenever you say something about what's going on, oh, this is just Africa. It's how it is. Or this is Uganda, or this is Nigeria, this is Kenya. You know, and so again, I think that these conversations like this, where we can disagree and understand that we're all in a similar situation, you know, and some of the brothers from the diaspora are going to come in and see Africa in a different way that you might see it. Just like when Africans come to America, the reason why Africans are very successful, they see America in a different way than we see it, which is the reason why Africans do very well in America, because they see opportunities that maybe we may be blind to see. And when we're here on the continent, it's very few Africans from the diaspora is going to be able to come in and move like me, because I kind of understand my surroundings a little bit better. I don't understand necessarily the culture, but how to deal with certain things I can kind of understand. So I think that's where we need to understand where the common ground is. And yes, as an African American, you gotta bite your tongue all the time here. Facts. It's the truth. Something going wrong, you gotta bite your tongue. For somebody to talk about you.
That's why you have to come to Nigeria. That's why you have to come to Nigeria, because in Nigeria, we don't give a damn. You understand? We just want the money, we want the business, right? And we want to make money out of it. There's a guy called Pretty Mike. He owns a club in Nigeria. It's a big boy.
I heard of him.
Yeah, it's a big boy. You know, it's a big boy. The guy drives the latest Lamborghini. Use the latest. Look, in Nigeria, if you don't have money, you'll be admired the guys who are called the soft boys. You understand? Who don't want to be that? I'm not born to guess. Look, I'm not suffering. Don't get me wrong. You know, I'm a very tall guy. I'm a huge guy. You know, I'm a 6 feet 8 inches dude, tall. You understand?
So you say Michael will be one of those soft boys?
No, man. It's like, look, I'm using Q56. That huge, the biggest. I'm driving the biggest Jeep here. You know what I mean? Not just the small Jeep. You understand? The huge Jeep.
He's rich.
I live in a big house. You know, I have a wife.
Big Daddy. Get older.
So I'm not here to suffer. I'm not here to say what you're doing is, you know, as long you're not killing nobody, something bringing money in, bro. That's what I'm for. You know,
in general, what I'm saying is, brother, listen, I'm gonna be quiet. In general, you're on the leash in Africa as an African American in many aspects. You walk in a lot of times when I go to Stanbic or something like that in the bank, I don't feel limitations here, which is why I love Uganda. I love Africa, because I know I can be somebody that maybe I couldn't have been in the States, but it does come with certain levels of limitations. And you're way more open to criticism than even a white person. I understand that. You know, I understand that because of, you know, the diaspora, that might be the African diaspora there, and you have to walk a fine line here. You know, and that's something I'm gonna tell African Americans: if you're coming in, you're gonna walk that fine line like I have to in almost any country, because when you're doing things that people like, it's great. Now, when you do something that they don't like, then all of a sudden it's your people, it's your lineage, not all the time, but you can hear that. But you can hear that. Not everybody, but you can hear that. I'm telling you, I'm here every day, bro. I'm here every day. I live here. I can tell you that.
Okay, O'Shea, it's not in Nigeria, man.
Wait, O'Shea, the truth is the truth, okay? So there is nothing wrong with telling the people the truth. Just like when Kala was talking about investing in Africa, what did I say? I said, you know what? If you are going to do any business in Africa, make sure you are on the ground, or you really have somebody you trust very well. But a lot of us Africans in the diaspora have lost money. I can't tell you right now. In the 3 months I was home, I cannot tell you how much, a few $1,000s that I lost from friends saying, oh, let me help me with this business. But that doesn't matter. The point is, I'm saying there's a lot of people who are not trustworthy, right? So whatever message you're sharing, so you have to tell the people the truth and shame the devil. I'm sorry, I just have to disagree. I think, you know what, that's why people, wait, I have to say the guy, the brother from Nigeria, okay? Because Africa is huge. Not all of us have the same mentalities, okay? Like,
you can stay in your Zimbabwe, I'm
Let
not
me
ready to
finish.
pretend.
I have
I'm not
never
ready to
met
pretend.
one.
Yeah, hold up, bro.
I've never
I'm not
met
ready
one
to pretend.
Zimbabwean guy that
I'm
that
not ready to
that
pretend
they
anything, bro. I
wait
cannot
a
live my life. I cannot live my life while I see my friends be on the high life, enjoying their life. Then,
make your money. Go ahead, make your
then
money.
you want me? I
That's
can
your
make my
view.
money. I can make my money as you want me, as I want to make my money. As long it's legal, as long as the money is coming out big for me. If I invest,
If it's legal, then
if
so
I
what's
invest
the issue?
about
What's the issue? What are we
$600,000
talking
in a
about?
business,
What are we talking?
then you
Okay,
think I
if
will
it's
not make
legal,
I will
fine.
not make money out of that money? Man,
That's fine. If
forget
it's
that money.
legal, do it. If
I
it's
can't
legal,
be a farmer. I can't be. Dangote go to it was made and all
but
that thing. You understand
listen,
me?
listen. If it's legal, do it. But make sure you're spreading the right message to the young people. Because
What
guess
right
what?
message you want to
Wait a
spread?
second. You're not listening. Okay. You're 6'8". You're a big guy. I hear that. Okay. But
Yes.
listen. Well, listen. You're a big guy. I hear
At my
that.
house, you want me to suffer? What the hell you talking about, bro?
Look. Listen. You're not listening. All I'm saying is tell the young Nigerians to always do things within the law. Because guess what? If young people just think you have to make money by any means necessary, guess what? That's when you have people getting chased from countries. Okay, that's why how you get good Nigerians having trouble getting visas to go to the US, to go to Europe. The majority of Nigerians are good people, but the few that want to live on the edge saying, "Oh, as long as I make money, it's good." It's not good for the society.
What
It's
I
not
just
good for
said,
everybody.
I said make it as long that it's legal. You understand? As long that it's legal, you can do it. As long people are making millions out of people are making money.
You say they're a restaurant, but they're the strip
People
club.
are making money out of baby in a jar. People are making out of baby in a jar. You know how much those guys are making? You know how much those guys are making? Do you know how much those guys are making baby in a jar? A lot of millions in dollars.
Brothers. Well, let me just let me just say this real quick for the brother that was talking about call it out. Here's something I never will talk about on my channel, but one thing is when you're living here, especially like if something goes wrong, let's say with even a government official, it's in your best interest. I mean, this is Africa, right? In certain places that you don't talk about those things. Those things you talk about privately. That's why if I ever you're under that pressure to, okay, you're here, we like what you're doing, but make sure what you're talking about is, because I even had people from the government say, hey, listen, we like your channel, make sure you make us look good. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say who told me that, but that's the kind of pressure you're under. So when things happen to you, and then it's like, okay, that African American is causing trouble or problems. It doesn't happen in every African country, but there is that sort of dilemma that when things happen that's bad, you don't need to talk about that. And you need to foster what is your great experiences. And I do have a great experience here, no doubt. But I do feel like if you're African American living here, you are a little bit under a leash, for lack of better words. And the things that you do see that's wrong or that's bad, it's in your your best interest to keep that to yourself. And that's what a lot of people in the diaspora don't see. They don't. When you're here going through the things that you're like, if you live in Africa, I'm talking about. I know some of you brothers grew up here, but I grew up in California. I've lived here for 2.5 years off and on, and it's a different lifestyle. That you got to get used to. So when you're going through these things, and people know that African Americans are ambitious. Oh, I can introduce you to this person. You get the middleman economy guy getting over on you. People lying, lawyers lying. As a time I lost $8,000 behind a lawyer that was, so I had horror stories here. You can't come on here and really discuss who the lawyer was, because you create enemies for yourself, because they're not going to take it as, oh, he's right about what I did to him. No, they're going to take it as, wow, the nerve of him. He's ungrateful. That's what happens. Like when you go through something here, they don't look at it as like, oh, he's calling me out, I'm going to apologize. No, people can be self-righteous.
But O'Shea, that is you're touching on something very important, right? Because guess what? This is what plagues our society and our politics in Africa, right? You got people that are around the presidents, right, in the country, and instead of telling the president, hey, maybe this way you're going, this is not right, they keep quiet. Okay, they keep quiet. Why? Because they think, oh, he's the big man, he should not be criticized. But guess what? The whole country suffers because we cannot just point out when things are wrong. And sorry, if anything, there's something to do with degeneracy, and if something is wrong, it should be pointed out. It is good to shine a light when something is wrong. Yeah, now you're African American. I understand you might not fear for suffrage and things like that, but this is one of the issues, a big issue in Africa. That you know what, we want to gloss over things and want to say everything is all right, even when it's not right. You know,
Mitch, I don't know where you're coming. Mitch, I don't know where you're coming from. You might be from Zimbabwe.
From Zimbabwe. No, I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm from
Okay,
Zimbabwe.
hold on. There's a guy who make money. Look, gays are everywhere. There's a guy in Nigeria called Bobrisky.
Talking about that.
But Bobrisky is making money a lot on the internet, right? Big money. As long, that's why I said Nigeria, we go to any type of investment as long as it's legal, as long as it's not challenging nobody. But in Nigeria, you are free to do whatever you want to do. You understand me? As long as you're not disturbing nobody. A club, people are hustling clubs. If you go to a club in Nigeria, you see girls dancing in these pillars, you know, to attract in more customers into those places. Guess, will you buy what we call the most expensive drink over there? They blow the horns and follow you.
Am I going to be allowed to talk?
Yeah, I'll let you talk, bro. These guys are bringing this.
My bad. Hold on, Zimby. Go ahead, Zimby.
My bad,
Hey.
Zimby.
Hey guys, okay, how are you? First time calling your show. I've been listening to you for years, Dynast.
Thank
So,
you.
I'm calling at the back end of the program. I wanted to call when you started, when you're talking about going back to Africa. All I want to say, and I'm not going to stay here for a long time. Okay, all I want to say is welcome home, guys. You know, let's get together, let's build our continent. But this business of coming back to say we want a separate land, like Kala Genesis always saying, talking to his friend Bomani, it stops, guys. Okay, you're spoiling things for everybody. You also have expressed a sentiment with Dr. Mumbi and that guy in Ghana, the professor in Ghana. You have talked about having a separate African American state. It's not going to happen, and all you're doing right now is spoiling things for everybody else. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you very much.
That's all I'm saying.
That's a good point. That's a interesting point. But we're talking about money now. If I know, if O'Shea was in Nigeria, I would have invested in his business because it's a legal business.
No, let me. Wait. Can I respond?
O'Shea, as long as your business can buy me a new model Range Rover.
Okay, bro, we're gonna kick it in Nigeria. I'm gonna be there like 2 months. But let me just respond to the brother with his brother Zimby. Let me just say one thing before that. Number one, we had a great Pan-African economist that died this year, Dr. George Ayete. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He wrote this really good book called How Socialism Ruined Africa. But he was talking about African Americans' relationship to Africa, and this is something that I'll admit. A lot of African Americans, when we come to Africa, we don't see the same things that the oppressive regimes calls for, like let's say the diasporas who left, because they treat us different than they treat. Let's say, for example, if you're somebody in the Sierra Leone diaspora and you're successful, they may look at you as a troublemaker, but when they look at the African Americans, we don't have any knowledge of the oppression that's going on in those governments. So let's say, for example, if we would come and let's say, for example, Sani Abacha and the African American community, we wouldn't have any realistic understanding of what him or Baba Genda was doing or anything like that. We would just look at him like, okay, he's a black brother, but we would easily call out the fact that you had the Boers controlling South Africa. But when it's our own people, doing it as African Americans, if I live in an oppressive state, it doesn't affect me the same way it affects a person in Africa. So even if I'm having issues, I'm not going to call it out because I see that I'm in a way, and I hate to admit this, African Americans do get some benefit on the continent if you can do very well. So the things that if you can get involved in certain things, you might not want to call it out because in a way you you don't want to get fucked up, and then also you don't want to you don't experience the same things that the brothers and sisters from Africa are experiencing unless you really see it and talk to them and they'll express it. But let me kind of go into what the brother Zimby was saying about, creating these separate villages. That's very interesting Now, I don't think that Africa should give us separate land to create our own communities, but I think this is what you're going to see. If African Americans come in, they're going to be in those, they're going to live in those kind of communities by themselves anyway. Because look at the Somalis in Kenya. I mean, when you go to Nairobi, what do you see? Indians are running parklands. The Somalis have parklands, part of it. You know, people are going to go to where they feel comfortable at. And one of the reasons why I would feel like the diasporans, even when you come to Africa, like in December, you feel out of place when you go to sometimes the African events and things like that. You just do. People are going to want to be able to experience Africa through the times of other people. So I don't think that it's what brother Kala was saying was like so divisive, but that's just what you're going to see. If I come in.
So sorry for
Go ahead.
interrupting. I just want to. I'm not talking about separate commit. Come to Africa, do what you need to do, guys. Island, form your own community. Fine, that's no problem. There is not going to be a thing called Afrikstan. Kala Genesis was talking about a country called Afrikstan.
No.
Okay.
That's not going to that's not going to happen.
That's not happening.
You see,
That's not
what
gonna
we're
happen,
talking about here is this. If you go to some of these countries, like what O'Shea is talking about, O'Shea, if you come to Nigeria, then you have money, then you team up with another Nigeria guy for investment. You have a club, right? There's nobody coming to disturb you. You're not going to have any government official coming to meet you. Rather, they'll even be coming to your club. Those that have the means. You understand me? Me and you will be hustling Burna Boy, hustling whiskey to come and be chilling there, spending his money. Let's roll. You understand me? That's what I'm talking about. So if I have a strip club inside my club, it's nobody's business. As long as I register it and everything for me, it's getting boom. All this moral of a thing, we want this business. If you don't do it, somebody else will do it. There's a saying in Nigeria, use your head before somebody use your head. You understand me? You have to use your own head first before somebody else have to use your own head. You understand me? So all this talking about morality, the women have to be wearing long gown. These are old schools, man. You know, I'm from the old school side. This ain't sell anymore. You want to remain poor, or you want to enjoy your life for this short time we have in this earth. I prefer to enjoy my life, bro. I don't want to live poor. So anything that bring money for me, as long as legal, is genuine, and the money is booming, man, I will sign into it. I will invest into it.
Even selling out your culture?
What?
Even selling out your culture and your people, you'll do it?
Which culture am I selling?
No, I'm just asking. You just said as long as it's legal, you'll do anything for the money.
As long the government put it legal, I will do it. I will do it for the legal part of it. Guys are coming from America who owns club in Nigeria. Guys are coming from Japan who owns club in Nigeria. Germany who owns club in Nigeria. These guys are all living their life. That's why I give you an example. A guy called Pretty Much.
But not everybody's going to be able to come and run a club, and I think part of the problem is not everyone's an entrepreneur. Like I'm tired of the entrepreneur.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. If you can do it, like what O'Shea is doing in Uganda is dirty show. He can run it. Oh, good for him. Not everybody can do it because it takes a lot of patience and take a lot of money.
O'Shea has a model that, you know, I can't speak on his model, but from what I've observed, O'Shea's model is genius. He keeps his overhead low, employing in Africa, and he's able to leverage that by getting, you know, foreign income, particularly dollars and euros and pounds from the Westerners who consume his media. So he's a genius, right? So shout out to O'Shea. He's given a great blueprint. But what I'm saying is that this idea of citizenship, I think Africa needs to, or most African countries, there has to be a conversation. What are the expectations when we're, you know, talking about citizenship, right? I think perhaps not everyone is going to be able to just come in and be an entrepreneur. We need to have assimilation strategies. That's what I think is the best, because if we come in where people are saying, well, I'm still going to be African-American, and just for the record, please, no one should tell me that, oh, the Lebanese can be different and the Indians, they're not one of us. So of course they're going to be different. They don't mix with anybody. They stay away. They've always been that type of group. So what I'm saying is I think assimilation strategies are much better. And that means African-Americans, there's nothing stopping you from like Prince Hakeem did and Come to America, spinning the globe, picking a place. If you have genetic proof that you're from that region, go there, learn the language, and blend in. You know, go there, learn the language, blend in, eat the local food, meet the people, and that's the way to go in and start making headways into Africa. And then you got to start finding connections so that way we can, and the Africans too, we have to start pressuring our governments to provide citizenship for those African Americans who want to come back home.
Right, bro. That was I'm talking about. That anything that goes will surely come down. Guys, you know what I'm trying to say is this, because Muchi was trying to talk about the business have to be morality. That's why I'm really kind of like really getting pissed off. You know, you're from Nigeria, guys. Now you know how it goes. You know how it goes down here in Nigeria. Is that if you don't have money, man, you know what time is it, man. You know.
But that's the problem. But brother, that's the problem. That's the problem.
You know, you be
But
getting
that's the problem right there. That's the problem.
And let's pass it to Brandon. Let's pass. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, so like what people don't understand is everybody is going to operate based on the ideology economically of the colonizers that colonized them. You could believe in this idealistic, we all going to be on a farm, everybody will run around naked, we going to be sharing food. That's unrealistic. And if you look at the people who colonized Nigeria, how did the British Empire get to the point where the sun never set on their empire? They had a very simple strategy. The government allowed the privateers or the private business interests to take all the risk. And what the government offered was minimal protection for them on the seas so they could get to where they were going, in their colonies. If like the colonies rebelled and tried to overthrow or run out the the British Africa Company or whatever it's called. And that's what's going to work for Africa. Exactly what Kid Ola is saying. In Africa, Nigeria has succeeded in many ways where other countries have failed and became the richest country in Africa because they simply adopted the same tactics as their colonizer, as they should. They let you do whatever you want to do and they don't interfere as long as you do what? Pay your dues to the government. And that's what African countries need. Listen, bro. All right, you don't know history. You don't know. Look, wait. The biggest. Wait. Let me say this last statement. Let me say this last statement. History proves I'm right. Today, in our age, with planes, trains, cars, America has only set foot in 78 countries across the globe. The British Empire, with wind-powered ships, was able to establish 90 colonies in 90 different countries. How did they do that? With the strategy I just explained and the strategy Kid Ola's explaining. They did that with wind-powered ships. There's no strategy that is going to be such a driver of economy greater than that strategy. I don't give a damn what gas them up, tell them third graders he be in the classroom with. That is the number one most effective way of rapid economic growth. Let the businesses take the risk, and you basically capitalize on human and on ingenuity and ambition. That is finite, infinite. People will always want to do something, no matter how stringent the rules are. But if you give them a little room to operate, they will do things you never thought possible. And a smart government lets people do what they rely on people power. They let people create and they capitalize.
You ever realize continental Europeans don't take Americans serious when you guys talk about economic history? Like, you should know that, right? Like most continental Europeans laugh whenever Americans start opening their mouths talking about history or the the economy or any of those things, because you guys have to realize that Americans are basically Europeans. But that's a whole nother thing. I don't want to hog the mic. I know Smooth G wants to talk there, brother.
They colonizers. They not Americans are not Europeans, brother. You know, Americans
are Europeans.
Show me an American colony. Show me an American colony. You don't know what you're talking about.
The Philippines.
No. America did not colonize the Philippines. That's just what you're going to say to deflect.
Puerto
Listen,
Rico,
no,
the
Puerto
Philippines.
Rico's not a Puerto
So
Rico's not a colony.
Puerto Rico's not
Puerto Rico's
effectively
not a colony.
so Puerto Rico's not effectively a colony state. The U.S.
Brandon,
Virgin Islands are effectively not colony states.
The United States took over those places. They didn't colonize them. They still have
they
those places.
did colonize them places.
Listen, bro. A colony is where a government goes in, establishes a port, a city, a trade basically anchor, and they don't take over the whole entirety of the area and dominate the governmental politics of that area. They don't do that. India was a colony of the United States, but of Britain. But when Britain went into India, Britain made deals with the sheiks and stuff. They were still in charge of that landmass, but Britain was just like, let us get what we want out of it. And they actually did shady business with the people who were actually ruling that place. America does not have any colonies, bro. Everything they brought in, they annexed. Puerto Rico was annexed. That means you're a part of our country now. U.S. Virgin Islands was annexed. They're basically a part of America now. Learn your definitions and learn your history.
The problem is, Brandon, no, listen, don't agree with this guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The issue is simple. Again, the United States is a colonial system. What the United States realized is that the British system or the old European model was going to bankrupt you. And so the British, if you read even, and I'm not his biggest fan, if you read Milton Friedman's analysis on colonization, you saw that it wasn't necessarily a profitable endeavor. It will bankrupt you if you take that old model, right? So that's why the Americans, when they were engaging in manifest destiny, you should research that if you study American history, and they decided to spread their wings. That's why the Americans took a different approach and a different model, as opposed to, so what they did with all of South America is they've ensured and engineered that most of the resources go towards the United States. Canada as well. Okay, so I'm wrong.
You're wrong. Let me
Mike, hold on 1 second, Brandon. Smooth, go ahead, Smooth G. Go ahead, Smooth G. Go ahead,
Wait a second. Say this real quick.
Okay, so wait.
No, man, Moochie. Go ahead, Smooth G. Go ahead.
I wanted to say this. First, we gotta get things straight. You know what I mean? When I think of Africa, I think about black people. I wanted to let that brother know America is originally black people too. We understand the white supremacists run both of them areas right now, but we know we created that.
America's what?
America, the original people of America is black people.
Hold on, hey, Brad, go ahead and address this, Brad. Get it, Brad. Go ahead and address this, Brad.
He really stopped that just a
hold on. I said Brad, bro. I said Brad. Go ahead.
Let me correct you guys. What America did, they didn't do the colonial model because they adopted the slave model. America had free labor. So what they did, instead of going out and spreading out to different land masses around the world and basically relying on these people across oceans, because we didn't have the Navy that the British had. We didn't have all that naval. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. We didn't have the Navy that the British had. They had control of the seas, so the colonial model worked for them. But what we did have was the ability to import free labor. So America capitalized on the textiles industry, the production of cotton, and all those different industries. Why do you think the Virgin Islands are the U.S. Virgin Islands? Because they had colonies there. They had slave plantations there where they produced crops that they then sold to other parts of the world. Once they got Britain up off of the American soil, they were then able to sell those same goods back to the British, back to the French, back to the whoever wanted them, because Britain no longer had control. So you're wrong, Gaston. That's not why they didn't go with the colonial model. They didn't go with the colonial model because they did not have the Navy to protect their interests all over the world like the British did. So you're wrong.
Okay, so Brandon, you just said that Nigeria is the richest country in Africa. You are wrong. You're dead wrong. Okay, let me tell you why you're wrong. Wait, let me tell you why you're wrong before you answer. Wait. There's a difference between rich and big, okay? Nigeria has got the biggest economy in Africa. That doesn't mean it's rich, because when you talk about rich, now you want to talk about access to healthcare, access to
You're
good
arguing
roads.
semantics. You're arguing socialism and
You don't know
semantics.
anything you're talking about. Access to good roads, transportation, power, electricity. And then you look at the population. You have to divide the size of the economy, the GDP, versus the population. Then you get what's called per capita income, if you know any economics, okay? So don't think just because the country, Sweden is a much lower GDP than Nigeria. You're trying to tell me Nigeria is richer than Sweden?
This is
Bro,
going
you're
on.
arguing.
He's an
This
American.
is social. This is listen. No, this is social, guys. This is socialist babble. This person is basically saying that a country's wealth is determined by how much shit they give away for free. It's not. I'm sorry to tell
I
you,
never
it's
said
not.
you say that. How is Nigeria rich? Tell me how much Nigeria is rich in Africa.
Moochie, don't pay attention to him. He doesn't even realize he
There's
doesn't
no
live in the
economics of
capitalist country.
finance. He's talking
No,
about
but
finance
Moochie,
and tell you
he
finance.
thinks.
You don't
Listen,
know,
Moochie,
you don't even know
Americans.
what the capital GDP
Moochie,
is.
listen, Moochie, look, Americans think they live in the capitalist country. This is how deluded they are. He doesn't even live in the
But
capitalist
you know what?
country.
He can tell that to the choir, not to people who went to school.
but this
Nigeria
my
is by
thing.
no means. It's not even in the top 10 in Africa in terms of being rich, in terms of standards of living. Yes, it's a big economy because there's more people in Nigeria, over 200 million people. But definitely
let me
per
say
capita
this,
income of
Hey,
Nigeria
Moochie,
is low. It's
let
nowhere
me
near
say
rich.
this,
And
'cause
you
I
can
don't
tell
want-
that because access to service is not as good, just like in many countries in Africa. But I just
but
want to correct you because you want to tell other people to say, oh, so if you want to be technical, Nigeria is not the richest country in Africa. It's got the biggest, highest GDP. That's it. That's nothing to talk
Nigeria
about.
has Nigeria has the most.
I want y'all to understand. Me and Brandon are both Americans, but this is the thing. Brandon is a coon. You know what I mean? He go
Right.
against black
Okay.
people out here, you know?
Okay.
So when he say this is not how all black Americans think, that's just how he think. But he really rode with white people and Mexicans. This guy sided with Mexicans just to defeat a black woman. You know what I mean? So he's not really part of our culture. If y'all dealing with him, y'all dealing with a coon. I just don't believe everything he say. He's all about white people.
Well, the thing I'm just saying is, if we're gonna have an intellectual conversation, just let's keep it intellectual. Stop trying to argue semantics. Stop trying to redefine words and all those things. Now, if you want to talk about the different nuances when it comes to economics, I understand that we live in a mixed economy in America, but I also understand that an economy and a country is largely built upon what people are willing to accept. America does what they do because their people aren't willing to accept a lower standard. Nigeria does what it does because its people are willing to accept a certain standard of living, and that's normal for them. When you basically grew up in a village, living in a hut, you ain't necessarily tripping off of electricity. You ain't necessarily tripping off of running water and stuff like that. And we just need to be honest about it.
So why come to Africa? What's the goal there?
We can. Capitalism will build Africa.
We don't know, but this is what you see. You see this arrogance, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. Look, this type of arrogance is why most people who come into Africa with that type of thinking, they don't go very far. They're not successful. And a lot of times, yeah, go ahead, Muchi.
Gotcha. Let me ask one question to Pan-Africanism, whatever, right? So I want him to ask a simple question. Then I want to see where his brain is at, okay? Brandon, if a man has got a wife and has got 10 kids, and he earns $1,000 a month, okay? I said a man with a wife with 10 kids, he earns $1,000 a month, and another man has a wife and has 2 kids, and he earns $500 a month. Who is richer?
It depends on how they spend their money.
It doesn't depend. Answer a simple question. Did you go to school?
Michi, you talk something like a communist. You talk something like a communist.
No, you're
a communist.
Let him answer the question.
We talk about free market. We talk about free market now. We talk about free market.
No. I'm trying to get you. You were saying Nigeria is rich. I'm trying to show you Nigeria is not the same country in Africa. Stop. I want Brandon to answer.
He's not going to answer the question, Muchi. I don't think he's going to answer it. But here's the thing. He won't answer. Muchi.
If you guys stop talking, I'll answer.
Yes, answer, please.
Listen. When I was young, we brought it. We were. Wait, let me tell you. Let me finish. I'm answering your question. Guys, let me answer the question. When I was young, we had a lot of income, right? But we were poor because we spent everything we brought in. So now that I'm older, I don't make a whole lot of money, but I was able to buy things that people who make way more money than me couldn't buy because I monitored my spending. It's not how much you make, it's how much you save. And different people have ways. Look at the Mormons.
You know what, Brandon? Did you go to college, Brandon? Did you go to college?
True. Why are you?
Did you go to college, Brandon?
Muchi, listen.
You know this already. Muchi,
you know
about how much you spend. I was just trying to I was just trying to show him
that.
ratios. What if
Moochie,
somebody has got a family of 4 and earns $500? If somebody has got a family of 12 and 1,000, the fact that they make 1,000, they have less to spend per person, so they are not rich. Get that in your head. So
Moochie, you already know. Listen, Moochie, there's no need to argue with Brandon. You know he's not going to answer certain questions, right? But look, Kidola said something about communism and all this stuff. Can African people let go of both of them? Communism and capitalism are the exact same thing. They're all reducing human beings down to capacities that neither of them are part of, right? So when you say free markets, Kidola, there's no free market. The only country that has a free market right now is Somalia, and you will move there. Because even in Nigeria, if you guys are investing in real estate in Nigeria, right, you can't kick your tenant out. If your tenant pays yearly, you can't just throw them out. It's not like Texas, where if the tenant doesn't pay, you call the sheriff, you throw their belongings on the street. The Nigerians are not just going to allow you to come in there and just do this free market thing. It doesn't go that way. Many African countries are not going to go along with that. Now, some will, but most of you still have rules and regulations.
Wait a minute.
If you have a good
wait, hold on, Brandon.
If gas them up.
Brandon, let me say this. This is why, you know what I mean? We
Let
got
O'Shea talk.
Listen, Brandon.
No, I just have a question. Go ahead.
Hey, this is why, you know, us as people, as black people, we gotta build up our own country. You know what I mean? Like, we like family, but it's like we like cousins. We gotta build up our own house first before
I ain't your damn cousin.
You know what I mean? And once we build up our thing, we can get our shit right, and then we can really come to each other's country and make an arrangement with each other. But right now, we got to build it up because.
Well, Smooth, I want to hear what O'Shea's question was, Smooth. O'Shea had a question. I want to hear what he wanted to ask.
Hey, gas them up. Just do me one favor. You say whatever you want. Let's stop trying to misrepresent America.
Can O'Shea ask his question?
Because the way I understand the free market is where the prices of like goods and services are determined by what you can supply and what you demand, and what sellers and buyers determine who actually wins as a business and who actually manages goods and services in the market. Are you saying that doesn't exist anywhere in the world? What's that definition?
But you see, what you just did, that definition is not what the technical or the origin of a free market is. Free market means there's no government intervention. There's no regulation at all, right? Adam Smith, if you guys read Adam Smith, that is the market, the invisible hand of the market, like you're saying, is pulled and pushed by demand and supply. But the truth of the matter is, when England tried to implement it, the first thing they realized was that it created severe economic, the burdens for the people who are at the bottom had severe economic issues. So the first thing that the British now had to do, they actually had to invent welfare, the Spleenham or Speedham laws. So we've never had a free market. There's never been. Free market means there's entirely no government regulation. That's why I always tell the white boy,
so
if
more
you
or less like a regulated market.
to Somalia, and none of them will Somalia.
Yeah. No. I
O'Shea,
he's
let
right.
me tell you the truth. What you said, that's a free market is Nigeria. In Nigeria,
but the informal markets are free markets.
Hold on, in Nigeria, market
hold on. No. Informal markets are all through Africa. If they're just informal. Because when I go out there to buy some yam or whatever it is, like that is somewhat like a free market because this informal.
That's what Nigeria is. Let me give you an example.
That's
in Nigeria,
Africa is. Every people have the informal market sectors in almost any African country. But I see what he's saying. What he's saying is right.
Well, O'Shea, in Nigeria, let me just tell you the truth.
Out a tenant from your apartment right now.
Hold on, gas stop. Let me just tell you the truth. In Nigeria, if I build a house or an apartment, I want to rent it. I will determine. I would. It depends on the location. I would give. If the person have to pay $1,000 or $2,000 a year, that depends on me. So if hold on. If I open a club and Burna Boy and Whiskey is going to be in that club. Hold on. If Burna Boy and Whiskey is coming to that club, immediately the gate fee to that club will increase. You understand me?
Kidola, no one's arguing that. I know that. Listen, Kidola, you don't have to teach me. I know this stuff. I'm asking you, if you have Kidola, if you have a property right now in Lagos and you rent it out to me and O'Shea, and at the end of the year I cannot pay, can you throw me out right away? Yes or no?
No, I have to give you up to 6 months, for you to find your way.
That's not a free market.
You understand me? But that does not mean, what I'm trying to tell O'Shea is this, that in Nigeria, and which you know, that you can invest in any business and run that business as long the business you register it. Most business in Nigeria don't even register anyway. As long you register it, everything goes well.
Can't even get access to a business right now. Like if you're a foreigner, this is what we got to tell people the truth. If you go to
foreigner, you have to invest. You have to. If you're a foreigner, you need to have a partner.
Kidola, listen. Wait.
Y'all stop talking over each other. Damn. Just take one at a time.
Wait. Let me.
Wait, I want to tell. Kidola, please. We have to, because we have to present the truth to the people. What you are doing, right? I respect you, but if we're not careful, this is why Nigerians, this is why African Americans, they get scammed. Because what you're promoting, we're not teaching people what's going to happen on the ground. First off, if you're a foreigner, you can't even own property in Nigeria. You can't even have a registered business. That's the first fact. Kidola, let me tell you. Now,
wait,
you have to finish. God damn it. Tell them. Now, let me tell them how to get a business.
Why do you need to make 10 points? Why do you need to make 10 points?
Let me tell them. Brandon, listen, when you go and do what you do, no one cuts you and relax. So what I'm telling you is this. Now, in order, if you're a foreigner and you want to come to Nigeria to do business, you have to get, first, the right legal representation. Second, you have to set up a corporation with the CAC, right? That's the Corporate Affairs Commission in Nigeria. Now, you have to have a Nigerian on your corporate board. That's the only way you'll be able to buy property. That's the only way you'll be able to invest properly in a business. If not, you're going to be doing homeboy business depending on the guy. And if they scam you, you're done. Nigerians get scammed this way. So let's not lie to people.
That's why you lose.
Let me say this.
Lose trying to move down there.
Let me say this, man. Gas them up, be really intellectually dishonest.
No, that's true. But
wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm just saying, that was true what he just said.
Smooth G. You don't be on these panels with gas them up. Because
I know what's going on.
Okay. Let me talk.
It's true.
Let me talk, bro.
Citizenship down.
Let me talk.
So what are you talking about?
Let me talk. Bro, listen, Nigeria is one country, bro. And gas them up when it comes to going at capitalism. He wants to try to be all intellectual and quote all these different authors. But then when he's promoting what he wants, which is basically bastardized socialism, and you bring up the real history of that. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt. Relax. What are you telling me? Relax.
But I'm a businessman.
Relax, bro. But the whole thing is, when this dude wants to do socialism, he's ready to make every excuse. The reality is capitalism is the quickest vehicle for wealth anywhere. The idea that Africans, Black people, anywhere in the world would be dumb enough to try to allow people to change the rules that their enemies use to gain limitless wealth is stupid. You don't regulate when it's your turn. That's like somebody in football. They let the other team, hold and do fouls and everything like that, rough the passer, and then they score a touchdown. And then when it's your turn to get the ball, all of a sudden the ref want to start blowing the whistle. I understand you guys have this mindset like you can't compete with people who are with non-Black people, but we really can. Black America is a sleeping giant. Africa is a sleeping giant. But if you get these dudes with this, if you got to get rid of these guys like gas them up with the pie in the sky bullshit. We're all going to eat freaking goosey soup every day and the traditional foods of our ancestors and stuff. Once you get those guys out of the room, then you're able to Wait, listen. Once you get those people out of the room, then you're able to look at the world as it is, not as what you wish it to be, and that's when you're going to be able to start making progress. It's not the reason, it's the result.
Brother, he didn't say nothing wrong.
Brother, let me just tell you the truth. Right?
Let me tell you something about Smooth.
Hold on. Just give me a second. Bro, let me tell you the truth. That if I'm not saying you can just come to Nigeria and just start investing. No, no, no. You need to know who you're investing with. You need to know the person, right? You need to know everything. You need to, what Oshay say, you need to be coming a lot of time. Then you can say, okay, I can do this. Then you need to apply for residence permit. In Nigeria, a Nigerian guy can just bring you in and say, this is my person, and put you into like kind of like residence permit. It go fast in time there, right? Then you have to check what you have to. Once you have that residence permit, you can go and register for a business. Anything you want to do, you register for that business. Once you have that report, you have to partner with that Nigerian guy that might be want to know into the investment that you're going into. You have to talk about it. Then when you start doing that business, that business started flourishing. Then you got your own, the lawyers, there are lawyers they will represent because you already have a residence permit there. Apart from that, there ain't nobody coming to threaten you. There ain't nobody going to say, what are you doing? Nigeria is just too big. Nobody even want, because everybody will be saying, Nigeria is whereby you make your money legal, everybody praise you. Let me just tell you the truth.
Idola, listen.
If you make your money, everybody praise you in Nigeria. Nobody comes to say, oh, why are you doing this? You understand? So what I'm trying to tell you, if you have in Nigeria, if you have a lazy mind, and you think you just have that lazy mind, my man, you're not gonna grow.
Idola, listen. Nigerians, all Nigerians, right, are not lazy. No, most Nigerians are not sitting down there sleeping. So the guy that is pushing concrete or the Agbero, that he's not lazy. He wakes up. The mechanic. He's not. These are not lazy people, Kido.
We're talking about this are low money. We talk about how to make big money. You talk about bricklayers. You talk about bricklayers and others. I'm telling you what I'm trying to tell you. Hold on, guys.
Big money.
I don't know where you were. I know you're from the United States.
What I'm telling you, you're not listening to what I'm telling you. I'm not.
We're not talking about bricklayers. We talk about big rolling. We talk about big rolling. You talk about bricklayers and organizers.
Idola, listen, I'm not arguing with you that if you come with a ton of money, you link up with the right people, you will make money. I don't care about that. You just said something, if you're lazy, this. Let's get that out of the language and the discourse. There's no lazy people in Nigeria. Because if you have a lazy mind, so let me finish. The people in Nigeria right now are working hard. Nobody's lazy. It's structural systems that are creating poverty. But to address Brandon and the nonsense he was saying, I'm the only one on these platforms that gives free game. I've told everybody, go to zenbusiness.com if you're in America, register your company. Whether it's a C Corp or an S Corp, talk to your tax professionals, open up a business bank account, get your business credit. I'm the only one talking about that, giving away free game. I'm the only one telling people max out your IRA. If you make over a certain amount, do a backdoor Roth IRA. I'm the only
no one's listening because it's free.
So when I don't need to try. I don't want their blood money. I'm not like you. So at the end of the day, don't say I'm a socialist or a capitalist. I'm a businessman too. I'm actually a merchant. That's how I see myself. I believe in trading, but I'm not a capitalist like you. You want to be a capitalist and go ahead, but don't sit there and act like I'm a socialist.
I like Brother Ware. Brother is a powerful guy who in Nigeria we call it talk and do. You know, brother talk and do. You have a property. You have properties in Kenya. You can see him sitting down on his own property there. Red land BNB. You have other land. This is how Nigeria
is. How do you know he owns property in Kenya? How do you know?
He owns it. He owns it. I saw it.
Listen, Muchi, what's the rules in Kenya? What's the law in Kenya?
I saw his property in Kenya.
Gas them up. I'm not from Kenya, but you know what? It's so telling how this fellow brother, the Nigerian guy, he says you saw something. And you know somebody owns something. You didn't see any paperwork or anything. I'm not disputing that Brandon owns something in Kenya. Wait.
Everybody saw the paperwork. Everybody. Wait. Let me speak on my. Wait, bro.
Brandon, you can speak after me. It's not about you. I'm just saying somebody cannot definitively say somebody else owns something when they never saw a piece of paper that says somebody owns something. And then gas them up. You say something very critical, okay? I've never heard somebody say that in Nigeria, a foreigner cannot just come and start a business as a foreigner, right? But these are all things that are important, but a lot of people, they deliberately do not say. And
of course not, because they want to scam you.
Some African American is just going to get on the plane, talk to somebody, say, oh, let's invest in this. And then when they have an argument and they go to the court, they told, hey, you don't own anything.
Because when the lawsuits come, Brandon is going to tell you to start a GoFundMe. That's what Brandon's going to do. He's not going to be there.
Wait. Let me talk. It was my turn. Let me say this. It's my turn. Let me say this. Listen to what I'm telling you. What you guys don't understand is that the laws of capitalism, they transcend government regulations. Why? Because look, say somebody comes there and invests. Like, let's say my brother Dynast, right? Dynast go to Nigeria. He got a company there. He got his tourism business over in these different countries. The people who do right by Dynast, they're making a lot more money than the people who are trying to scam gullible Black Americans. So when people want to make money versus just live the grifting life, which is what Gas 'em Up seems to think everybody in this country wants to do, those people are incentivized. They have incentive to do the right thing. I'm right by a place that sells pizza, right? There's a pizza place right here, Optimal Pizza. They can use quality organic ingredients, or they could go buy cheap ass imitation ingredients and lie on the menu and say, yo, this is organic, right? But if someone is a stickler or someone who has authority comes into that place and eats that food and says, I can tell by the taste of this that this is not organic, and somehow they're able to send a hidden camera into their kitchen and see that they're just using Pepe's imitation mozzarella as the cheese on their pizza, not an organic one like they advertise, they know that they will lose their business, and they know that they will be a pariah in the business community from forever, right? So capitalism incentivizes people to do what's right, those who want money. And what's going to happen is, as the scams keep happening, the people who want to do right and make real money are going to go to the government, or the government itself is going to crack down on those people, because they will realize that those people scamming is hurting their ability to bring in money from around the globe. It happens everywhere, bro. Why do you think you could go safely? Wait a minute, I'm almost done. Why do you think you can go to Lagos safely, and 9 times out of 10, I could wander around Lagos and ain't nothing gonna happen to me? Why? Because the government, even though they don't have like a super efficient police force or nothing, they've instilled enough fear in the people to let them know, look, you could do this stuff to these people who are from here, but you better not dare do this shit to terrorists. I guarantee you, any country in Africa or the world, if you do something to a tourist, I bet you're going to get more time than if you do that same exact thing to a local.
Brandon. Okay, wait. Let me address Brandon. Okay, Brandon. It's very, very hard to listen to you sometimes, because you make some good points, then you turn around, you say, oh, capitalism trumps the law of the land. What kind of nonsense is that? If the law does not say something is illegal, it's illegal. Wait a second. You know what? This kind of nonsense is why our people lose a lot of money. Here we're talking a year or 2 years ago, people here, I know Dynast was on the other side, talking about, oh, cryptocurrency is very safe, oh, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Well, cryptocurrency was never regulated. Something that's not regulated is never safe. Now you're talking about FTX.
I never said it. I never said it was safe.
Okay, wait. You might, but there were people on the platform promoting cryptocurrency, saying it's very safe. Blah. Wait. Okay. The thing is this.
I mean, stocks aren't safe.
But wait.
Stock, you lose your money.
I never said crypto was safe.
Wait. Dynast. That's okay. Forget about that. Let's move to now. Okay. FTX, the biggest exchange, has lost multiple tens of billions of dollars. People have lost a lot of money. Because you know what? A lot of people are just followers. They were listening to somebody saying, oh, FTX will make a lot of money. And they were left holding the bag. Now they can't get their money back. You understand? So the laws are always important. If you are going to invest, the first thing you need to know is the laws of the land. How are you going to be protected if there's any argument, if there's anything happens in the business? How are you going to be protected? Because there are some countries, for example, in Zimbabwe, they'll say, if you're a foreign investor, 51% has to be owned by a local partner. You understand? So you cannot get around that. If somebody tells you, oh, no, the business is all yours, and they don't put anything. If you don't know the law of the land, forget about it. You lose your money.
Bro, hey, first of all, you know I have land in Kenya because I've invited people to come to my land. If you too lazy to get up and go there, don't be on the internet casting doubt on my stuff. That's some low-key hating, like low-key.
No, Brandon, I never said that. No, Brandon, I never say that. Brandon, no, excuse me. Brandon, I never say that. No, Brandon, I was just saying somebody else was saying they know you own land. Okay, that's all I was saying. They don't know you own land. Like just like I don't know you own land. Yes, you say you own land. I believe you, but that doesn't mean I know.
Michi, I understand. Look, business is a risk. Yeah, there's nobody will tell you business is not a risk. Business is a risk. If you're willing to take the risk, if you're not willing to take a risk, you will not make money. I'm not saying you just jump into any country without not doing your survey. If you want to go to Nigeria and invest, people are there. I'm not telling you to come and invest with me. People like the Dynasts there, if you're Black American, who can show you, tell you the real truth. He can assist you. If you want a residence permit, I think he can also help you to get a residence permit. You understand me? Then you now have a residence permit to live in that country. Then what you do, you go to a business partner. He can introduce somebody with you, or you can try to know the person for a long time. Be visiting that place, do a law with it. But there's no business that is not every businessman is taking a risk. You know what I'm telling you? Because what you say now, Michi, this is how somebody will grow and will become poor. I will still be complaining. Oh, you see, those people, we don't know how to make their money. Make their money.
Poverty.
Do you want to live? Do you want to live luxurious life, or do you want to live? Or do you want to live a very useless life?
Because then
it depends on you.
You don't want your luxury, because then you have to go on private islands.
All my life, I've been very strategic in my life, even to the woman I marry and the way I live my life. You understand me? Poverty is not part of me. You know, I'm telling you right now.
Listen, stop prosperity gospel preaching. Nobody needs prosperity gospel preaching.
One mic. Let pass it to Smooth G. Go ahead, Smooth G. You've been waiting. Tell us how we the Native Americans.
I ain't about to be on long, man, because we ain't really going over. But my thing is this: you better watch who you listening to. And another thing, man, like I'm saying, do people really like the people down there? Do they really want foundational Black Americans down there? You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
I'm saying
listen, they don't want FBA in America. Smoothie.
Do y'all really want us to go down there?
Smoothie, do you want me to answer the question?
Nobody wants Smooth G down there. He's a Tariq follower.
Smooth, can I answer the question for you?
Go ahead, brother.
Listen, the some Africans will want you, some Africans will love you. If you build a relationship with the Africans that you have around you in America, and you link up with them and you genuine and they genuine, then you can, start going to Africa. Nobody's going to chase you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's going to harass you. But you got to build relationships first. That's the first key. Build relationships. Go to an African restaurant, right? So you FBA, a lot of y'all go to a Chinese place and eat Chinese food and eat everybody else's food before you eat some African food. You know what I'm saying?
Dynas, put up Kendaji's comment.
Hold on, wait. See, y'all used to being around people like Brandon. We rock with Caribbean food. You know what I mean? I tell people this all the time. The best food is in Jamaican. You know what I mean? They should be fired. I don't disrespect. Like, man, I'm gonna rep my culture before I rep a fucking cracker or an agent or something like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know where you got that from. Maybe because y'all got people like Brandon out here. This guy's a known coon. He just told y'all trust in the government. The government never did nothing good for any Black people around the world. So
the government taught me how to read, and you didn't learn how to read. So I think I'm going to trust the government.
Like that, you will be a damn fool. You know what I mean? And that just shows a lot of your character and who raised you. Because the way my pops raised me, he didn't raise me to listen to no damn fool.
Stop lying. Your dad was in jail.
You said what?
Your dad was in prison, nigga. Stop lying.
The boss, that's why I'm a boss. You punk ass nigga, he passed, so watch your fucking mouth. But anyway, I got Malcolm up in me.
Tariq Nasheed is your daddy.
You a clown, bro. You a clown. Hey, you a bum. And for anybody to listen to a fucking bum who's in the house, I don't even know that that's your girl or your sister. We know you ain't paying no bills to have all that time on your hands. And you sitting there, you chasing all Black women to back up fucking Mexican people. You a fucking coon. Like, people don't fuck with you down here, bro. And if you was in
we knew what this was really about.
You got to come to Detroit because you told me you wanted to come to Detroit one day because you would get fucked up down here, bro. And
I'm in Detroit right now.
Record yourself in this city. I would find your bitch ass, nigga. And that's real talk. I would beat your face in. You would be in the hospital. You'll be calling the cops and be trying to get me.
Y'all hate me so much.
I know everything. And when I come to LA, I'm going to make sure I reach out to you. You just make sure you bring me up. You hear me? Cause I'm serious. I
I'm
don't
kidding.
fuck with people like you, bro. You are cool. You are the
Smooth G,
people at
you
18.
do
Hey,
know
listen,
we've
you
seen
are
each
the
other.
people at 1804 Haiti that we gotta kill first, cause we don't trust you, slick, dirty motherfuckers. You
Well,
don't fuck
come kill me
with
then.
nobody. So what?
Yeah, I'm gonna get off the line, man. I hope y'all just trolling and y'all not talking all
No, I
this
mean,
Hey, this
street
like
game.
I don't rock with dudes like that. So don't get me like, cause I'm a black American. Don't get me confused with this clown right here. This guy sit here instead of building the community, he like to go around and troll all day. He ain't doing nothing
Bro,
for no.
you live in Detroit. What community?
What you mean? My community, my neighborhood. You don't
You
know
live in
nothing
Detroit,
about
bro.
it.
It's a
Listen,
war zone.
hey, listen. You was a sucker. You don't know nothing about it. I take care of my community. I got kids. Hey, listen. I got kids at
Do you pay
college.
your child
I got
support?
kids
Do you
that's
pay
in
your
the
child
league.
support?
I got kids that's in the league right now. That's
Do
giving
you pay
back
your
to the
child support?
community.
That's all I want to know.
Hey, this started with my father that you was just trying to talk about. This started with my father. I got kids that's in the college and in the league that's giving back to their neighborhoods, and we building from there. And we is deep in the game, bro. So what you
I
saying,
go to
being
Detroit
black,
right now. Not one
check my
building built.
page. Check my page. Check Smooth G
Never.
page. You
Smooth
gonna
G,
see?
you know I know you. These people don't know that I know you.
Okay, check
Yeah,
my
I
page.
know
But this,
you. I
hey,
know your
bro,
ass is retarded.
I'm doing community work. You out here trolling, trying to build up a
That ain't a
fucking platform,
community.
a social network,
You doing
talking
disaster
about
relief over that
transgender
motherfucker.
every day. Me and you move different, bro. And your parents raised you to be how you is. My parents raised me to be a boss and take care of my community. We different, man. You got kiss the white man ass. I'm going against the white man. It's in my blood to go against the white man, and you know that's true. So what I'm doing,
Okay.
we on two different
Hey,
levels.
smooth. If I can ask you, hold on, Brad. Hold on, Brandon. Can you share with me how going against the white man looks like in America in 2023? Like like when you say go against the white man, can you articulate that, please?
I mean, it's all about being on code with your people, man. You know, you got all these brothers and sisters getting killed out here. You know what I mean? You know shit real.
Let me ask you this: getting killed by who?
Getting killed by the white supremacists. You see them
Oh,
white cops?
okay, smooth. Let me ask you.
Bro.
Let me ask you a question. Smooth. Let me ask you a question. In Detroit, is it more white supremacists killing black people, or is it black people killing other black people in Detroit? At what higher rate?
Well, but let me say this: in Detroit, crime has slowed down. So
I just asked the question. You said the white supremacists are killing brothers and sisters in Detroit. Okay, at a higher rate.
Okay.
Are the white supremacists doing it, or people that look like me, you, and Brandon and gas them up doing it?
Well, brother, I stay in the Midwest, right? So a lot of the white supremacists ain't gonna come down to the neighborhood trying to kill them.
Just answer the question.
Oh wait, listen.
Answer the question, bro. Answer the question.
Just like any other race, you know what I mean? It's more black people killing black people because the neighborhood I stay in is predominantly black, right?
Okay, so you answered the question. You answered the question. You answered the question.
Don't run now.
I'm not running. You answered the question. Go ahead.
Let me finish talking. Just like you got in New York, you got the mafia killing each other. You got the triads killing each other. That's crime. Y'all talking about people in poverty. That happens. But if you talking about as far as like really things, the United States, then you still got the white supremacists killing black people. Crime is gonna be crime.
Man, stop deflecting, bro. Just answer the question.
So listen. I'm telling you, and this proved my point. If you really on code, poverty is gonna be poverty. Crime gonna be crime, whether you black, Chinese, white, or anything, right?
Okay, so Smoothie, I want you to name. Let's stop comparing ourselves to white people.
I'm not comparing myself to white. You asked me a question.
I just want to ask. I want to ask you a question. Are other minority groups killing themselves at as high as a rate as black people killing each other?
Yes, you ain't been to Mexico.
Okay, let me see the numbers.
How you been to Mexico?
Show the numbers.
Because they leading right. So y'all gotta check the numbers. How you been to Mexico?
You talk about in America, fool.
How you been to Mexico? That shit still goes down.
Smooth G, in America, are other minority groups killing each other at a high rate as high as black people killing black people here in America?
Yes, you better MS-13.
Show me the numbers. Show me the numbers. Prove it. Show me.
All you gotta do is look it up. It's gonna pop up on you. It's gonna pop up. Look it up.
Y'all do know Smooth G live in a halfway house.
Listen, pull up this right here. Look at the numbers of the most murders, and they're gonna show you where it's happening at. They're gonna show you people that's doing it. And
Dynast, I got 2 questions. When did this dude learn how to read, and how long you been out of jail?
Wait, see, you got Bucci Bear talk about who's leading that race right now is the El Salvadors, the MS-13s. You better check that out.
That's not El Salvador.
The Salvadorian?
Hey, Prince, where
El
are you?
Salvadorians?
I think Prince, where you from?
Here we go.
From Sacramento, I'm from Sacramento, California.
Are you? All right, now listen. Where are your family from? Honestly,
Get
him
out of here.
My family's from Texas and Mississippi.
So, are you a foundational Black American?
By y'all's definition, yes.
No. Are you a foundational?
By y'all's definition, I am.
So you got with the beef that's been going on with the white supremacists. Why do you guys so much?
I don't. What beef? I see.
What beef?
What? Oh, wait. You said what beef?
In prison? I mean, I'm sure. From my understanding,
wait. No. I said with the beef that's been going on with your culture and the white supremacists. Why you got
the beef I see is between each other. I don't see
no. So you telling me cops ain't out there killing kids, women that's sleeping in their own house?
No, I know. Excuse my language. I know Negroes are doing it because they're doing it right.
Wait. So cops ain't out there killing people in their own house.
I want you to show me where white cops have killed Black children on a higher rate than Black men have killed.
Did you hear me? I can show you that too, but.
Okay, show that to me.
Let me ask. Wait, you telling me cops ain't out there killing Black people that's in their own house sleep? Are you telling me that?
I know Negroes doing drive-bys is doing that.
So listen, you are
killing babies laying in their cribs.
It's the fact.
All right, so listen. I don't think you FBA, bro. I ain't gonna you.
Okay, where am I from? Okay.
You just a coon like Brandon, and I think y'all bitches. And what I do is, where you from?
I'm from
Sacramento,
California.
Where you at now? Where are you at now?
He's trying to find you, Dynast.
No, I'm asking, where is you at now?
He gonna leave his mom's basement and come get you.
United States of America.
No, all right.
He's gonna leave his mom's basement and come get you.
Listen, me as a Detroit, Michigan guy, man, I got respect for my people because I know how our kids has been slaughtered, our people has been slaughtered.
Right, being slaughtered by other Detroit.
And I'm gonna be honest with you.
Hold on, Smooth. Ain't Big Meech and ain't they from Detroit?
Yeah, they from Detroit.
And they came down here, pushed poison in our communities, was killing each other, and I'm sure they did the same thing in Detroit. Not the white man.
All right, where did that poison come from?
Oh my God!
Where did it come from? Exactly.
Hold on, Smooth G.
You got so much hate against
Smooth G. Hold on, Brandon. Smooth G. Did the white man force Big Meech to cook up the dope and sell it in his own community?
Larry Hoover.
Hold on, wait. See, y'all just be making up stuff for your. How you figure?
Ask the question.
I'm trying to, but listen. My thing is, because I know Meech personally. How you figure Big Meech is cooking it? Hold on. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas say anything.
Oh.
Is he cooking it or is he transferring things for people to cook? Like,
how long you been out of jail, man?
How long who been out of jail?
You, man, most people when they go to prison, they go to school. Your ass up here sounding retarded.
Hey, once again, you got another white person stereotype. I ain't never been in prison in my life. I ain't never been in prison.
You mean to tell me you went to school and came out like that? Babbling and remedial and can't barely speak? Like that big me? Take your tongue up off the ground, nigga.
My thing, I'm just not no white dick sucker like you and Prince. I ain't about to kiss no white ass. That's about people been getting slaughtered for years. Like y'all was raised to do that shit, man. I'm not raised to be a fucking white ass kissing. Y'all was raised to kiss.
Hey, Smoothie, this is what I'm gonna do. Smoothie, I'm gonna look up.
Grandma probably sucked the white dick, and she probably told y'all to go marry.
Hey, Smoothie, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna go online right now. I'm gonna look up like the last murders in Detroit. If the last thing was done by white supremacists,
hey, bro, you gotta understand.
I'm looking up right now. Hold on, I'm looking up right now.
Hey, Prince, it's your family you come
Murder from. Detroit.
Hey, it's the family.
Murder Detroit.
On some real shit. And I'm letting people know on the stage right now. These two motherfuckers. Well, I don't know.
Hold on. Let me look this up real quick.
But Brandon is a fucking cunt. Brandon, hey, just check Brandon's page out. You will see what type of time he be on. He ain't doing nothing for the community. All he doing is hating no other black people, hating no black women. What's next? What's next in your career, Brandon? Because you ain't doing shit for the community. And you just said it. What community? And that's how weak you. That's the difference between me and y'all, man. Y'all niggas is squares, dude. Like where y'all like for people to raise coonery like this, dog. Like
This guy, Smoothie, you did so much for the community, but you sitting over here trying to clout chase, mentioning a dude who did nothing but destroy the community.
who
You're a
are
walking contradiction.
wait. Who
You're
are
a
me?
walking Big
Who are me?
Meech. Oh, I know Big Meech personally.
Yeah, that's
Big
my big.
slime.
Listen. All right, let me tell you why I got respect for Big Meech.
I don't give a damn
Let
about
me
you
tell you.
or Big
Let me tell
Meech.
you why I got
I
respect.
don't care about Big Meech.
Let me tell you why I
That's
got
the
respect.
point. I don't worship those losers that you
Cause
related to.
you wouldn't say that to his face, nigga, because you a coward.
I said to both of y'all
You
face.
are, no, you won't, bro. You don't want to come out, and I'm gonna
Have
see
you
you in
seen
LA.
how you look?
I'm gonna see you in
Smoothie,
LA
have
because
you
I
seen
want you to do it.
Smoothie?
I
Have
want
you seen how you look,
listen,
bro? Have you seen
Brandon,
how you
for
look?
the guy, Brandon. Hey, the games you play on this YouTube shit. When I come to LA, I want you to do that.
Bro, I'll be outside, bro. You
Hey,
already know
all right.
me.
Hey,
Okay,
listen,
hold
brother.
on. Smoothie. I just
Because
pulled
listen,
this up.
you don't got no money. I
Okay, hold on. I
offer to
just
bring
pulled
you
this up.
down here.
Gunman kills himself after double murder of his cousin on Detroit's east side.
You
All
pulling
right.
up social media, man? Come on, bro.
I mean, I'm
You
just
told me
saying.
you was pulling up some stats, man. What are you pulling up?
No. Again, I told you. I want
You
you to
told
tell
me
me where all these white supremacists are
hey,
just
but
mowing
hey,
down people in Detroit.
okay, you a coon, Prince. Okay, you happy. You want to look for every black murder.
He's a coon
You
because he told the truth.
No, because he ain't looking for murders. He looking for stuff that black people did. You know what I mean?
Bro, right, because that's what affects us.
Y'all niggas move like the Me Too crew of Fox
Dynast.
Y'all move like
They keep on saying,
Fox
listen,
News.
bro,
Let's be real.
y'all keep on, hey, Smoothie, shut up for a second. You guys keep saying we need to focus on, you said we need to focus on our business, right? Y'all say we need to focus on ourselves. The minute we start focusing on the crime that we committed against each other, we're not bringing up crime that black people do to white people or Asians. We're talking about what we do to, we're talking about we talking about what we do to each other. And when we do that, y'all say, but what about the white man? You guys are trying to straddle the fence. It won't work. It won't work.
See, Brandon, the problem is you stupid. You don't know how to do shit. You know what I
The
mean?
problem is your dad left when you was 3 years old. That's the problem.
See,
I mean, if you ever met him.
Stupid you is because you got white people killing each other, but they don't bring that shit up. But they sure do
Man,
handle that
we ain't
shit.
talking about white people.
But
We
this the
talking
thing.
about
This
black
the thing. This the thing. We got stupid motherfuckers like you amongst black people. So when we do handle our business, we don't do it like you do. You get on the internet, gets the fucking babbling all day and shit. Don't say nothing about the white man at all. You know what I mean? That's your daddy. That's your Zach.
Bro, you don't give us a way out because this is the thing. Once you look, you guys say, guys, we need to wait, Smoothie. Okay, let me say this.
Oh, hey, listen.
Let me say this, dude. Let me say this. Let me say what I gotta say. You guys, 1 minute y'all say we need to focus on us. So we say, okay, y'all, we gonna focus on us. First thing we need to address, the fact that a black man can't even walk through his own neighborhood without the risk of getting killed. Soon as we bring that up, wait, bro. Soon as we bring that up, y'all say, oh, but the white people do it. How do we address black issues if every time we try to, y'all deflect to other races issues?
You can't walk through. You tell me your neighborhood you can't walk through this black down there.
Apparently, I can't even walk through LA without you coming to get me, right? You already warned me, and I'm gonna come get you. I'm gonna do this.
Wait, don't do that. No,
That's
don't
what
do
you
that.
said.
Hey, don't do that. Wait, pause. You tell
Boy,
me.
you said you about to fly from Detroit to beat me up in LA.
This shit. My thing is this: what neighborhood you can't walk through in your own city?
Whatever neighborhood you gonna be in when you come here, because you said you gonna beat my face in.
You talking about somebody that stay in Detroit, Michigan? What neighborhood you can't walk through right now? This black. Cause you just
Dynast, didn't this man just say I can't come to Detroit because he gonna beat me up and all that stuff?
Do you stay in Detroit?
You said you coming to LA.
See, you can't answer a question. He can't answer a question.
You threatened Brandon. You said you'll come see Brandon just because you said that black people on the hard way.
I don't know where you from. But when somebody talk about my father, he was a real figure in my life that did big things, and I got honored. And when somebody talk about my father,
So your dad taught you to get on the internet and threaten other black men. Doesn't sound too honorable to me.
That'd be a problem, right? Because when I was in school, I cracked a person's face
My dad was a no good thug, and he told me, Brandon, you gotta control your emotions, and you can't be out here doing nothing that's gonna get you put in here with me. And that means he had more honor than your dad,
I'm
because my dad told me don't be out here hurting people and threatening people.
Hey, you a Princeton's lab. Which neighborhoods y'all can't walk through this in y'all community?
Whatever neighborhood niggas like you live in.
I stay in Detroit. You stay in California, nigga. So what neighborhood can't you walk in right now in your own state?
I just told you, whatever neighborhood people think like you live in.
That showed you, because you already defeated. You can't even answer the real question without trolling. I'm gonna ask Prince, wherever you from, what neighborhood you can't walk in?
I would say this: the neighborhoods now have been gentrified, so they're a little bit safer.
See,
they're a lot bit safer. They're a lot safer.
Hey, you see, look, it's funny, bruh, because you could even just tell the truth, Prince. You had to sit there and still put the white.
I'm saying it's
you had to use the white man for your safety.
Where I'm at, it's been gentrified.
No, it ain't that it's gentrified. It's just it ain't happening like you said. You a Fox 2.
No, it's still happening. It's still happening. It's still
happening. Every neighborhood is the same, but you sit here off that.
But you asked my neighborhood. My neighborhood has been gentrified. So
before it was gentrified, you was safe to walk in your neighborhood.
It's safe. No, not at night. Not at night.
And that shit y'all try to use, that's just Fox 2 stuff, man. That just shows that, man.
It's the truth. It ain't nothing to do with Fox 2.
You got to hate against your own people, bro. You hate.
Man, this guy is goofy. You know what this guy Swoo G does? He does exactly what his Lord and Savior Tariq does. He throws out a couple little bones for him. Wait a minute, bro. He throws out. Wait, let me make my point. Listen, bro. Bro, shut up, man. Listen. What you do? Listen. Dynast. What this guy? Look, this guy has learned well. What he does is he throws out. Bro, you're throwing out a few emotional talking points that you know black people will respond to because we are tuned to over hyper emotionalism. But then once you throw that out and you get them agreeing with you, then you start trying to introduce all this BS. You've already showed that you're a total hypocrite. You talk about building a community, then you threaten me online saying you're gonna beat my face in. You're a hypocrite and you're a liar.
You disrespected my father, and I said I saw you in your job. It's different. I never.
What father, nigga? Your dad left when you was 1 month.
Ralph, before this internet stuff, you really had to say things with your chest in people's face. But now that the internet is out, you know what I mean? Because back in the days, people would get punched out, but now internet out, people try to say anything disrespectful to other people with no response or no consequence.
I'm the same person in private, on the internet, whatever. I'm the same person. I can't change. So you thinking that you coming to see me in public is gonna make me different? It won't work.
You walk through your own neighborhood. So you everywhere. First you say you this big bad.
Hey, but Smoothie, can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? How many white supremacists have you banged on?
Man, listen. I just smacked a few I want, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. Won't no white supremacists ever disrespect me, and I'm doing good business right now, and I never sell myself. Won't no white supremacists ever disrespect me in front of my face, and I know some of these cats, and I had to do business with them, but I'm gonna tell you this: they never disrespected me in my face, never.
This man, like his daddy, he loved white supremacists. He worships Tariq. He loved white supremacists.
Hey, so Brandon, when you say stuff like that, man, you got to be able to stand on it. When would you be able to come to Detroit? Because I offered you a way down here a long time ago. You didn't want to do it.
You gonna pay for my ticket? I'll fly out there. When you want me to fly out there? Send me a ticket.
Shit, we can do something this week.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
And I'm gonna have somebody come get you and then bring you down here.
I'll rent a car.
You'll rent a car?
Yeah, I'll rent a car. I'll come to where you are.
The car, I don't need to pay for nothing. But I'm saying,
what? I don't want to ride in your damn hoopty.
No. I'm gonna have somebody. They'll fly out here with you. That's the thing.
What?
Somebody in your area will fly down here to Detroit, Michigan with you to make sure you come down here. You safe.
What? If you buy the ticket, I'll have to get on the plane.
Listen, they gonna buy the ticket and you gonna leave with them.
I just told you on the internet, if I didn't get on the plane, my reputation would be ruined, bro. People be like, Brandon's a liar and he's a coward. Why would I say it if I wasn't gonna do it? That's stupid.
You just said a whole bunch of stuff that's not true. So
No,
listen,
I haven't.
with that being said, the person that you stand down there with will come down here with you. Make sure you get back safe. You got me?
I think I can get there just fine on my own.
No, I mean you gotta get there fine with him.
Hey, Smooth, is there any way we can go back to the topic? Smooth,
Yeah, let's go back
Smooth,
to
you
the
don't
topic.
mind?
Let's go back to the topic. Go ahead, Gap.
We
Go
can
ahead,
get back to the topic, Smooth, because, you know, I'm just saying, like, the whole thing is, for me, I think black people should go to Africa, but I think I'm not here to lie to anybody and present a narrative to people. I don't like people getting scammed. And one thing I don't, you know, I think if you're an agent in any capacity, you have a fiduciary responsibility, right? People should Google that. When you're in a fiduciary capacity, you should have ethics. You shouldn't be engaged in chicanery, and you should be conducting yourselves financially astute. So that means proper record keeping. That means accurate record keeping. That means just being honest and open with people to say, hey, listen, this is the reality on the ground.
Yes,
right? This is the reality on the ground. But a lot of
thanks,
people don't want to
Gassemap.
do that. They just want to lie to people.
Thanks,
I
Gassemap.
honesty too, bro.
That's good, Gassemap. Thanks that you say that, because you know what? Sometimes people have a tendency to not say everything because maybe they have an interest in something. But you know, like you said, fiduciary, that's arm's length. You know, you shouldn't be trying to benefit anything. I mean, from the relation. But all I was gonna say, hey, Dynast, I think the conversation started about there was a talk about, somebody was talking about should people get passports. Well, this is all I have to say. If somebody listening to this conversation and seeing brothers threatening each other, I don't think anybody in Africa would say, let's give 100% of people from somewhere else a passport. You know.
Listen. You know what though? I'm gonna talk to Gas, the Moochie, because I think Gas gonna be like way more truthful with me instead of trying to like plant something that ain't happening. You see, like this brother, he telling you what's gonna happen, what's gonna go on. You know what I mean? So he letting me know up front instead of just. And I understand that because a lot of people are trying to like cape about where they from and try to just tell you the good things, but it seems like Gas is gonna let you know the good with the bad. You know what I mean? And it's no disrespect.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and close out. Gas them up. Anything else you want to share in closing?
Hey, come to the Gas Them Up channel on Fridays, the Black Pentagrammers.
All right, for sure.
All right, good night, brothers. Good night.
Good convo, even though some of y'all was on some disrespectful trolling, but good convo.
Okay, for sure. All right, y'all. We out. That is Search for UHURU. Peace.